Whoa, hello. See, I'll let y'all have like 5 seconds to wrap up your sentences. Welcome, everyone. This is really exciting. I'm Chris Bowie, Senior Program Officer at the Health Foundation. All right. I wasn't expecting that. Thank you. Before we get started, I want to invite Precious Collins up to the stage. And all right, we're going to have land acknowledgement and prayer.
Got to move this down. So the flow of traffic is this way, right? I was telling my teammates I look like a construction worker with this bright orange shirt. But I wore this shirt, and big shout out to David, my awesome project teammate, for hooking me up with this shirt. But real quickly, so you can get a look at it. The shirt says "Every Child Matters," and it's a movement right now pertaining to the residential schools and boarding schools in the United States, actually across this whole continent. And my people were actually one of the, I'm a survivor of that, actually, and I'm super appreciative and thankful that I was asked to do the youth prayer this morning, because I was sitting there thinking, well, how do I make this impactful? Not just for me, but how can I speak my truth? And this time, right, the way it was brought up is these things line up in a good way for a reason. And so just this past Friday, we had the Orange T-shirt day, in recognition of all the young people and the tribal people that were lost or affected by boarding schools and residential schools. And so every child matters, and they deserve to be back home. And that is, even if they're at those residential schools on those grounds, we're having excavations all over this land, bringing back those young ones that are unnamed and have been forgotten. They're coming back to their homelands to be buried in a proper way with a ceremony that is suited for their people. And so I wear this shirt in that honor, and I offer this prayer in you because, like I said, I'm a survivor of that. My grandmother was a survivor of that. And because of those practices that were happening, we lost a lot of our language. People my age don't know their language. And so it's an honor for me to stand up here and speak to you in the Nooch language, Ute language, this prayer, because it's a way for me in my heart, my spirit, to connect to the Creator and to every one of you, actually, to everything around us in my way, right? We call it language of the heart, and that is truly what it is. And I appreciate Colorado Health Foundation, as well as the leadership initiative, for asking me to say this prayer. So this prayer was created by one of our tribal elders, Dorothy Wing, and I just want to keep her in mind. We have our elders out there, and COVID really took a hit on us, and our elders carry our knowledge and our language. So at this time, you can sit or you can stand. You do what is comfortable with you. In our ceremonies, when we say prayers, we sit. But when we're in big groups like this, we like to stand. But it's up to you. I'm not going to hold you to standing or sitting. So keep those in mind that you love and cherish. Keep their health and their wellness in mind. Keep the elders and the people that are out there holding this knowledge and language in their hearts, and that they find a way to express that so that it carries on with people like us, our young people that are coming up. Muan iche tavupani pagat, namaraka pagat. na namuivich, apagavani, namuvich, tutavach, tutastavachavani, nanamaukaka, iche wuk, iche napaka, waikeka, tutapas aravach, tutapas aravach, tutastavach kaka, Muan tawigit, mian vatam iche tavupapat, Muan mamakavachadam of the way, the witch the way up. Thank you.
Thank you, Precious. When y'all have time, try and make your way over and say hi to Precious. Introduce yourselves. Mingle. So again, I'm Chris Bowie. I'm your MC for today. Y'all are stuck with me for most of the day. I'm excited for this. I hope y'all are too. This is a long time coming. This is a lot of work, a lot of hard work from every one of you, as well as all the folks behind the scenes. And speaking of, I want to make sure I thank our Center for Creative Leadership teammates for really tackling this, working with us from the beginning, trying to really put together our thinking and making sense of it. And what y'all see is a lot of awesome work, stuff that wasn't necessarily perfect, but we are definitely learning and making it better for future cohorts. I also want to thank my teammates at the Colorado Health Foundation. Let's see, we are around, and so I know there's been some requests to mingle with program officers and Health Foundation staff. So can y'all raise your hands so that folks can see? So we've got Monique, who serves the southwest part of the state. We've got Austin, who is our comms communications person. So if you want to talk with him. Who else? I see Amy Latham. She's our Chief Impact Officer. She's probably holds title of one of the longer folks that's been at the Health Foundation. So if you have any questions, engage with her. She's also just an awesome person. Anybody else? We've got my colleague Scott, who'll come up in a second. He's our portfolio director, newly minted. All right, and then I want to make sure I give a really special shout out for someone. Jahan Benton Clark, I'm going to embarrass you. So the reason why is we're here today is because she had this vision when she came here about 5-6 years ago, and had this idea of, yes, leadership development is great. Things need to be done a little bit differently. We really need to make sure we have something that really connects with the communities that we're seeking to serve. And so she's been our biggest cheerleader. She's been the one that has advocated for us, has pushed us, has definitely not let off the gas pedal. And so really big thanks to her. And then lastly, I want to make sure I thank the Sheridan staff and crew, as well as our AV crew. They hold all the power. They can mute me at any moment, and so I got to make sure I thank them. I also noticed the timer hasn't gone, so I'm just going to ramble if I don't have a timer. No, I'm just kidding. And then I want to make sure I call Scott up on stage. One, to have him just get a chance to share. Come on up, Scott. Share just really what we're trying to do. Like I said, we're trying to do something different. We're still learning. We're making progress, but I want to make sure Scott gets to cover some stuff.
Thank you, Bowie. Good morning, everybody. Come on. Good morning, everybody. All right, that's more like it. So thank you, Bowie, for teeing us up today, and thank you, Precious, for the wonderful prayer and acknowledgement. So as Bowie mentioned, CHF has been on this journey towards advancing health equity through racial justice for some years now. And as we've continued that evolution and that progress in this work, One of the things that is just that we've focused on in more explicit ways is who we are doing this work with and for, in terms of Coloradans who have been furthest away from power and privilege, particularly communities of color who have been excluded from those processes and systems and structures that affect how our communities can thrive. We've also focused on how we do this work in terms of being more deeply community informed, working in closer partnership with impacted communities, and really taking that to heart in everything we do and all the decisions we make. And lastly, that's all working towards what we want to see happen in terms of community change and reducing barriers to health, and continuing in that work. And throughout all this, throughout all these efforts, one of the things that is very critical and very integral to this is leadership. Not leadership in the traditional sense of a role or a particular position, or who is or is not a quote-unquote leader in the exclusionary sense of the word, but rather leadership as a skill that can be developed, that can be practiced, and that can be strengthened on an individual level, on an organizational level, through networks, and through our communities. And in leadership as a way to instigate change and transform how we can solve challenges in our communities. And this is a little bit of a full circle moment for me personally, on just if you allow me a personal note, because as Bowie mentioned, this has been a long progression. Sorry, all these papers are sliding. Too many papers. So as Bowie mentioned, this has been a long journey to get to where we are today. And I was reminded last night actually of a few years ago, before I was at CHF. This is before COVID. This is before even Bowie was at CHF. But I had the opportunity to be a part of a small research team that was scanning leadership programs across the state of Colorado, and was doing research and getting community input and community feedback about what kind of gaps there are in leadership development programs across the state, who that's excluding, what kind of insufficiencies and deficiencies there were. And a lot of that research, obviously not solely, but a lot of that research informed the collective leadership initiative that we're celebrating today. And I think a lot of what was elevated and highlighted and noted through that research, I think is represented and reflected in this room today. And I think is a testament to you all who have dedicated your time, talent, and energy to the action projects that you've done to be part of this initiative and to be part of this work. So we're excited to be here today to celebrate both the work you've put in to date and the efforts that you've put in to date, and also what you all will go on to do. And I think the celebration of what's next is really an important marker, and one we're very excited to join you on. So thank you, and we look forward to a great day together.
All right, thank you, Scott. Yes, full circle. It's fun to get to reference a lot of his materials from a couple years back. I totally forgot, but wanted to call out that y'all got dots. So making sure that for those that haven't gotten dots, there are dots out at the front table that kind of reflect the social distancing, and it's a stoplight system. So green is totally cool, rub elbows, hugs, handshakes. Yellow is like fist bumps or maybe some elbow bumps, and then red is probably more for kind of the introverts, but it's really more just kind of give me some space. I might not be feeling all that great. Just making sure that you acknowledge and respect the dot system that we got. So next up, I'd like to call up Jessica Davidson, the one who's kind of the mastermind and making a lot of today and a lot of the programming happen. So welcome, Jessica. Yeah.
Wusu! Wusu!
Sorry, well, you can just y'all got to see that movie. Hi, good morning. I love all these faces. And for those of you who are on the Zoom, hi Zoom, where you are in the world, it's nice to be here on this day with you all. I'm extremely nervous because I don't usually need a microphone. And so if I get loud and I'm like, oh, I don't want to blow anybody's eardrums. But I know that it's necessary because we want people to be able to hear on the computer. But hi, and good morning, and it's lovely to see you all, and I'm so excited to be here. And I just want to say, you made it. Can we just, everybody just you made it? Because it was hard. You all shared some incredible stories throughout the year, from reading your applications, reading all of your responses from the bazillion surveys that we did, thank you. Watching you go through this journey together, reading all of the comments that were happening even on the CLA for those of you in the My Time group. I love and honor and respect how much you poured yourselves into this work. For a pilot year, this is incredible. This is incredible, y'all. So I just want to say thank you. You made it, and congratulations. Thank you. I have some words that I wrote down because I'm a lot more organized if I write it down, and you'll thank me later. Also, I'm going to read them from something that will be given to you later as well, so bear with me. As I reflect on this inaugural year for the Collective Leadership Initiative, I am both humbled by and proud of this amazing group of people who said yes to this journey. What we accomplished this year was a demonstration of how powerful a community can become when given voice and permission and a little bit of pressure. In your best moments, you bore your soul and shared the most precious parts of you with us. You listened to the stories of your peers, and you shared their grief, their frustration, their joy, and their hope. You trusted this team, and you trusted each other with the process of building meaningful relationships. And by the end, you turned strangers into neighbors and into friends. You showed us all what great looks like. You tested your limits, and you trusted others with your vulnerability. You created space to allow great courage to surface. You invested your time and energy into this journey, all the while facing significant difficulties, both personally and professionally. You experienced the tension and the strife that often come with working alongside others, who have fundamental differences in philosophies, in characteristics, and in histories. In the end, you chose partnership over winning. You chose all over one. This is how communities are built. This is how culture is changed. This is what leadership looks like. Thank you for your deep and sincere commitment to bringing positive change to the great state of Colorado. Health equity is within our reach because of you. Congratulations on an incredible year. Many of you know that I've been on this journey with you in terms of grief and healing. And I just want to say, I don't know how I could have done this without you. And so thank you. Thank you for sharing, all of you, with us. And now let's just kind of see how it went. So if you want to cue up that video on the slides there. This is what we did. Y'all remember? We did real, I just wanted to show this to you to like remind you of all the work you did. And like some of you, especially like in the My Time group, you had double the work because you didn't get to spend time with us in person. So just as a reminder, you accomplished some stuff. So that's what we're going to celebrate today, is all the work that you accomplished. All right. Oops, go back one. It's not playing. You got me,
Over the last couple of years, there have been many things that have happened in our country, in our nation, and in our local communities that have driven the need for voices that we haven't heard to come to the surface so that we can hear them.
I do have value, and I bring something to this table. I've been doing management and leadership jobs basically for the last 13, 14 years, and the last couple I've been kind of starting to doubt myself.
I think equity work is more important than it ever has been.
The opportunity for Colorado to just be more just and be greater access for health. As a person who's white and holds a lot of privileged identities, I've seen the ways I've benefited from the system and others have not. And so it feels like a responsibility to correct that in the way that I can.
Past time for us to have a reckoning with equity and injustice.
And this program in particular is focused on advancing health equity. We're working really closely with the Colorado Health Foundation. And so in kind of building and developing the program, what we did was we went around all across Colorado and we asked a bunch of citizens a lot of questions about, hey, what's going on? How did COVID affect you? And what's happening with food insecurity? And just what are the barriers that you're up against? And what are the barriers that you're watching other people be up against? And what's the impact of race and gender and age, and whether you're in a rural community or an urban community, what's the impact of that on your health? And, what are some of the things that you're facing, and what do you need?
What are some takeaways from the leadership program? Connections are definitely a big part of that. I think CLI did a really great job of selecting participants who were ready and willing to start growing and looking at their leadership skills. And so for me, being in a group of people with very similar lived experiences as me was really, really powerful as a big group, but then also as a peer group. The next big thing I think I got from the program is really just insight into myself and language to explain that to others. It's been super valuable to understand how my brain works and kind of what types of activities drain me versus restore me, because then I can better plan out my work and the type of projects that I want to get into without burning myself out. So getting those insights and the language to describe it was really helpful.
I've learned so much from this program. About myself, I've learned that I'm more capable than I have ever thought that I was, which is really empowering. I've also learned how to work with other people, not only from diverse backgrounds, but also different personalities and different communication styles, which ultimately is one of the biggest hurdles that I've experienced.
I think one of the biggest takeaways for me is actually the importance of making a safe space, recognizing that in any space that I enter, I have to make a conscious effort to ensure that the people around me feel safe. That comes with more opportunity for community building, more opportunity for connections.
One of the big takeaways that I have for the leadership program is the networking. I think it's one of the biggest components when you're working in rural areas, but also working with American Indian and Alaska Native people, is we're very relational people. And so we focus on the relationships and how we can be interconnected and work together.
My biggest takeaway from this experience is that there are so many other people out there that are just like me, that really care about the work that they're doing, that they really care about equitable access to food. I think a lot of times when you work in nonprofits or in this space in particular, it feels very isolating, and it can feel very much like you're the only one that's really working hard or really cares about this.
The accessibility of that program, like I, as a single mother, would have not been able to attend this, this program, but they had, an online learning module. They had an online setup for us to work together with our teams, and it made it really accessible for me. My biggest takeaway is learning from that and the processes and programs that we're developing in our nonprofit too, really considering accessibility. How are we going to make this accessible for the people who need it?
The classes about resilience and how to keep your energy up and how to better show up as a leader and how to demonstrate your humanity as part of that too. I think sometimes we think as leaders, we just have to put on a straight face and like just push through and make sure everybody gets through it and kind of like be that brave face. But actually there's a lot of value in also sharing your own struggles and saying like, hey, I'm having a hard time with this as well, but this is the why. And I know it's very haunting right now, but once we're through this, we'll look back and we'll say like, wow, that was such a good move, and we can be proud of ourselves.
I think that the network and collaboration that took place allows me to dream. And with my dreams, I can plan, and then by planning, I make things happen.
Being a first-generation Mexican-American, there isn't much leadership mentors in my community, so having a collective leadership initiative really set me up for success, and it's given me the skill sets that I wouldn't have elsewhere.
It really helped to give me a broader understanding of what it looks like and how different people are approaching impacting health equity, both in Denver and Colorado. Helping to connect and kind of build community partnerships and think about where there are opportunities for collaboration. And then through the project, we focused on, ours was called Let's Talk About It, Monkeypox, or MPV. And so I worked with Sky from One Colorado, and we then collaborated with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to host 2 community discussion and listening sessions. And so that really helped us strengthen some potential partnerships and ideas for different ways of working and really being part of the community. Since I am part of the queer community, MPV is something that has been, in terms of the language, has been stigmatizing. And so that's one of the things that our group specifically wanted to help to overcome.
One of the things that sticks out in my mind is the sense of belonging and working to make my volunteers feel more like they belong and that there's a sense of inclusion.
we don't have to wait for the catastrophe to come to take action right now, and we could be moving those resources without, we already know the why, so like we need to show up in action.
Self-care, as we talk about caring for others.
Going through the program has helped me professionally because it actually helped reestablish some of the relationships that I've, I don't want to say let go, but I've kind of just stepped away from. It just warmed my heart, I should say. It warmed my heart to be able to reconnect with those people again. And I'm thankful for that. It actually helped me to stay in a place of gratitude, you know, being able to be grateful for all the relationships that I established and learning to not take things for granted.
The CLI Diversity Program really opened up my eyes of my responsibility to my community, to be able to manage working with all sorts of different people, and also having the opportunity to learn about myself.
Going through the program, initially there was a lot of difficulty in being asked to be vulnerable, being asked to lean in. I think for us as a society, it's very difficult to show that like level of vulnerability amongst strangers. So that was the initial, I think, challenge. For future participants that want to join this program, that want to participate, be prepared to look deep in the mirror. Be prepared to challenge yourself. Be prepared to be vulnerable, not only with those around you, but be vulnerable with yourself. This is a challenge in that you really have to understand that this is a learning opportunity and this is for your betterment. This will make you a better human being in the long run, not just a professional, and not just as a parent, a son, a sibling, whatever that may be, whatever role you have in your reality. It's, you know, this will make you a better human being for those around you.
You may have some topics that might be hard for you to hear sometimes. It feels like they're throwing a lot at you. I'll say that at first, when the first couple of days, I was feeling like I was getting so much thrown at me. And then the more that we talk and the more that you see, it all starts to kind of resonate and it all starts to click, and it's inspiring, honestly. So more than anything, this program's inspiring. I'll say that.
Well worth my time and investment. I feel like I'll be moving out of it like a better human, being able to participate in community in a better way.
Coming from a low-income background, you know, I've dealt with homelessness, I've dealt with, you know, food insecurity and instability in my life. And in those times in my life, I gave up and I stepped back and said, you know, there's no way for me to attain rising up to the potential that I thought that I had within myself. There's no way for me to attain that. I don't have the network. I don't have, you know, the support or the know-how. I don't have the knowledge. And what I would say to other people is, you know, don't give up.
The hardest part about this program, I think, was the emotional toll that it took on me. And I think it's mostly because that was unexpected. You know, I came into this leadership program thinking that it would be full of diagrams and definitions and frameworks and all these, you know, very academic ways to measure a leader. And so coming in and actually having a connection, having conversation, I mean, every single person in that room was really wearing their hearts on their sleeves. And that I didn't expect. I did not expect to have my soul touched or fed in any way. So I think it was difficult because it was unexpected, but that's also what made the experience really special.
What inspires me to continue to do the work that I do? My friends and family. My son is my inspiration. My mother was my inspiration. Everything that I am today is because of my mother. The impact of this pandemic on the people that I love and care for
continues to inspire me and motivate me to make a difference in this world before I leave it. If we just come together and hold each other and let each other know that it's going to be okay. It's going to be all right.
Honestly, I wouldn't trade this experience for the world. I'd do it again.
And one other thing I'd say to everyone is trust the process. There are going to be moments of uncertainty, but just know that you're in good hands.
Y'all ever have those moments where music starts playing when you try to talk? No, you have those moments where you've got so many things running through your head that you want to say and share, yet also your mouth doesn't necessarily want to move. Well, that's kind of me right now after seeing that video. That was I'm well, for those that know me, I'm speechless, which is a rare thing. And then I tend to awkwardly ramble. So really though, that was amazing. And I really hope that this really reflects and shows how different this opportunity is and this experience. And want to thank all the participants that spoke in the video. And then as we go throughout the day today, we'll get to hear all of your voices as well. And so with that being said, we're about to get things rocking and rolling. And so want to make sure that as we go through today and we watch the videos, a lot of us are seeing for the first time. I know we're going to get excited. Take notes, reserve questions for the Q&A session that we'll have. We'll have our CCL teammates facilitating the Q&A session, and really get comfortable. We've got coffee strong in the back. We've also got a lot of space to move around, so make sure you're comfortable, take your breaks, honor your body, and really looking forward to this. I haven't seen any of these videos, so I'm just sitting over in the corner, just drinking coffee and eating popcorn the whole time. So with that being said, let's, I'd like to invite the housing group up first, have a seat, get comfortable, have everybody stare at you a little bit. And then Jake as well come up and facilitate, and then we'll get the videos rolling. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, everyone.
Good morning, team. Welcome. Jake Hamill, pronouns he, him, or they, them. I am so glad to be here. We are going to share videos first and then move into our Q&A portion. And so, as Bowie encouraged, feel free to take notes, jot some things down, think about questions you might ask these teams as you listen and see and experience their videos and their work, the incredible work that they have done to date. And so, as I think all of us know, there's one member from each team up here to represent each video, and we know that there are so many voices out in the crowd as well who are responsible for this work. And so, round of applause for these folks for being our first up. And we're here because we know how significant housing insecurity is in our communities. And so thank you for the work that you all have done. If we could go ahead and share those videos now, we'll open it up from there. Thank you.
Resource initiative facilitated through the
everyone. Today I will be speaking to you about our affordable housing toolkit library that we have been working on in the past couple of months. I'd like to start off by introducing everyone who worked on this project. We have Arlina, Jeslin, Midori, Mari, and myself, Alondra, and we all come from different parts of Colorado.
Problem and data. Housing affects health. The affordability, stability, quality, and accessibility of housing all play a role in individuals' and communities' health. The statistics are striking. The average Colorado home price increased 77% in the past decade, but the state's median income went up by just 4.5%. Overall, 26% of white Coloradans live in households that are cost burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. Among African Americans is 39%. Denver has the nation's second highest rate of involuntary displacement of Hispanic residents.
A foundational step in ensuring the health of a community is ensuring everyone has access to safe, affordable housing. We envision all groups will have one-stop comprehensive access to meaningful, affordable housing toolkits to develop and maintain healthy housed communities. Meaningful in that the toolkits available work to meet local needs, affordable in that households pay no more than 30% of their household income for housing.
When we considered the approach to this, the group considered each of our respective communities and what challenges they face, and determined that perhaps a toolkit would be of great support. And we went out and determined that there actually was a tremendous amount of toolkits available. And so we had the commitment to collaboration to discuss amending that idea. And from that, there was a discussion about the creation of a repository for toolkits that allowed for a one-stop shop and better understanding of the problem. We did some stakeholding on the idea, and then we did some stakeholding on the final product that you'll see here in a moment. We also considered some of the team's leadership goals in this process. So we had members of our group that were interested in skills in delegating and letting go of things in the day-to-day and being more strategic, creating space for other people to solve problems and challenges and asking for help when it was necessary, learning how to trust others and be a better team member. And I think you'll see all of this is sort of reflected in our final product here today.
As a result of our approach and our work, we designed a library of many different toolkits that exist so that those individuals stepping into a place of leadership can easily access them without having to research the entire internet. This idea of a repository transitioned into a website that would be accessible for anyone and simple to understand. For our prototype, we used Google Sites to create a simple website. This is the homepage right here. The About section talks about how the Housing Toolkit Library came about through this project and where it is headed. On the next page, we included a specific section for DEI considerations at the heart of housing development and provided a racial equity toolkit because we wanted to emphasize its importance in this work. We've also included at the top of the page in the toolkit section, a link that brings it back to this page so that it doesn't get missed. Here is the toolkits page of our website where one can view the toolkits based on the more nuanced criteria. When you click on the links, it will open up to a page with an embedded Google Sheets where one can scroll and see the different sections about each toolkit. And see the different information about each toolkit. Looking forward, we recognize that this resource is not quite fully fleshed out with the limited amount of time that we had. We would like to see this project continue in some form or fashion because we believe it would support leaders anywhere. It is a simple resource that many of our stakeholders have expressed would hold great value.
Hello and welcome to our project. Our project name is the Colorado Affordable Housing and Resource Initiative, facilitated through the Center for Creative Leadership and Collective Leadership Initiative. The individuals on our team are myself, Amma Smith, who works in community development and operations management for nonprofits, including Harvest of All First Nations, 501c3 in Boulder, Nora Sepulveda, who works as a child care provider in the Denver area, Faviola Alderete, community health strategist for Eagle County Public Health and Environment, Lupita Garcia, who works with Energy Resource Center in Alamosa covering the San Luis Valley. Vanessa, who is Community Connector for the Food and Child Care Coalition in Lake County, Leadville. And our other collaborator who couldn't make it today, but has contributed to this project is Ndeye and Ndao, owner at Motherland Beauties in Denver. Next, we have a story from Lupita, who works on the ground with affordable housing in the San Luis Valley.
These pictures are a deep understanding of housing in our communities. This is a home owned by a single mother of 5 children. They all spend majority of their time in their home, as we all do, but they are spending most of their time in an unhealthy environment. This home does not have running water. They all go to the nearest gas station to wash up. They use 5-gallon buckets to use the bathroom. There are boards covering the broken windows and blankets covering the boards to keep the cold out. Not everyone has the opportunity to a healthy home where they live. The best way moving forward requires us all working together to create a healthy Colorado.
Resource initiative facilitated through the Center for Creative Leadership and Collective Leadership Initiative. The individuals in our team are myself, I'm a community Les Smith, who works in community development and operations management for nonprofits, including Harvest of All First Nations, 501c3 in Boulder. Nora Sepulveda, who works as a child care provider in the Denver area. Faviola Alderete, community health strategist for Eagle County Public Health and Environment. Lupita Garcia, who works with Energy Resource Center in Alamosa, covering the San Luis Valley. Vanessa, who is Community Connector for the Food and Child Care Coalition in Lake County, Leadville. And our other collaborator who couldn't make it today, but has contributed to this project is Ndeye and Ndao, owner at Motherland Beauties in Denver. Next, we have a story from Lupita, who works on the ground with affordable housing in the San Luis Valley.
These pictures are a deep understanding of housing in our communities. This is a home owned by a single mother of 5 children. They all spend majority of their time in their home, as we all do, but they are spending most of their time in an unhealthy environment. This home does not have running water. They all go to the nearest gas station to wash up. They use 5-gallon buckets to use the bathroom. There are boards covering the broken windows and blankets covering the boards to keep the cold out. Not everyone has the opportunity to a healthy home where they live. The best way moving forward requires us all working together to create a healthy Colorado.
This next slide is about the statistics of housing affordability crisis in Colorado. And the housing affordability crisis in Colorado is disproportionately affecting people of color. The housing insecurity impacts healthcare, mental health, food insecurity, prevalence of infectious diseases, and among other factors. And the statistics that stood out the most to us during our challenges and during our project was that 39% of people experiencing homelessness are Black. BIPOC people are overrepresented and in the homeless population, according to the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative report in 2021. Also, 84.12% of respondents from the CEI report identified housing as the most pressing issue in Colorado and in need of address. And then also 1.7 million shortfall of homes were built nationally, leaving BIPOC excuse me, BIPOC people even more vulnerable to housing instability issues.
Our vision is to create a platform that identifies solutions for BIPOC individuals and families who disproportionately experience statutory barriers to obtaining and maintaining secure housing and proper health. Our goal is to work with our networks and resources to determine housing and health inequity challenges and provide active programs and resources available to BIPOC populations to create affordable housing solutions.
There is a strong evidence characterizing housing's relationship to health. Housing stability, quality, safety, and affordability all affect health outcomes, as do the physical and social characteristics of neighborhoods. For example, affordability. In 2015, 40 million American families spent more than 30% of their income on housing, earning them the federal designation of being cost burden. Nearly 20 million households were severely cost burdened because they spend more than 50% of their income on housing. Housing volatility and homelessness played a role in housing stability too. Environmental factors within homes are correlated to poor health issues like exposure to environmental toxins such as lead that can cause irreversible damage to the brain and nervous systems of children. Neighborhood. Lack of access to resources such as public transportation, access to grocery stores with nutritious foods, and safe spaces to exercise are all correlated to improved health incomes. Here are the list of the resources that we find across Colorado that can help BIPOC communities to find affordability and housing or for other housing opportunities.
So for our approach for our team, we identified housing challenges in each of the counties we reside in Colorado. We determined that some counties face different and or more severe housing issues, such as the difference between the resources available in Denver, Colorado, and the San Luis Valley. Through research, we determined that BIPOC people are disproportionately affected by the housing crisis across the entire state in comparison to other racial and ethnic groups. We decided to focus our efforts on this group and research plausible solutions to promote affordable and healthy home opportunities for all. Using our networks and with the help of our member who specializes in housing, Lupita, gathered links to resources and active programs that are available to alleviate housing insecurity. Our hope is that the list of resources continues to grow and raise awareness so that BIPOC people can access the help and enforce their right to a healthy life. On this last slide, if you'd like to access our presentation, here's the link for those who are viewing virtually and in person. Thanks for your time.
According to data pulled by the Colorado Health Foundation, most Coloradans have identified housing being the #1 dilemma our communities are facing. As the group Housing First formed, they quickly began to understand that there are several issues that communities around Colorado are facing. Homelessness in urban and rural communities, challenges for first-time home buyers throughout the state, scarcity in alternative housing solutions, both permanent or temporary, a short supply of government subsidies for housing, mobile home parks are at risk of being overtaken, and an imbalance between incomes and housing prices. The group agreed to tackle the task. Meet Yazzie and Ruhala, co-creators of the framework.
Hi, my name is Yazzie Evans, and I have a deep-rooted understanding the housing needs and issues in Colorado. I have been a Colorado resident for the entirety of my adult life. Support the livelihood.
Of government subsidies for housing. Mobile home parks are at risk of being over. According to data pulled by the Colorado Health Foundation, most Coloradans have identified housing being the #1 dilemma our communities are facing. As the group Housing First formed, they quickly began to understand that there are several issues that communities around Colorado are facing. Homelessness in urban and rural communities, challenges for first-time home buyers throughout the state, scarcity in alternative housing solutions, both permanent or temporary, a short supply of government subsidies for housing, mobile home parks are at risk of being overtaken, and an imbalance between incomes and housing prices. The group agreed to tackle the task. Meet Yazzie and Ruhala, co-creators of the framework.
Hi, my name is Yazzie Evans and I have a deep-rooted interest in understanding the housing needs and issues in Colorado. I have been a Colorado resident for the entirety of my adult life, and recently myself and my partner bought our first home in Denver. My interest within housing is focused on those who will be navigating purchasing their first home and all that entails. Working with individuals passionate about housing was very enlightening. Although our group members' focuses were completely different, there was one common thread between us all.
Our lived experiences played a big role in the solutions we came up with for our communities. For example, Yazzie just recently navigated purchasing his first home. Alderete had a solution for the community where he was working at, and it was going to support the livelihoods of the families that lived there. And I had the solution of creating supportive housing for individuals coming out of the justice system.
During their week at CCL's executive coaching training, Yazzie and Ruhala were introduced to many tools to aid in leadership roles. Their week was filled with vulnerability exercises, honest conversations regarding systemic oppression, and most importantly, how to work synergistically as emerging leaders. This allowed them to develop a collective mission that still supported their individual solutions.
As we begin to build community with one another and start to trust each other, we begin to realize that there was a common theme between all of our problems within housing. We were working together, we were trying to figure out a plan, and then I look over and Ruhala is drawing circles on a whiteboard, and that's when it happened.
The framework is a resource map. It's pretty much this thing that you can go on and you can find resources in your immediate area, right? It doesn't matter who you are in the community. You can be just a regular citizen, or you can be a policymaker, like a council person or a legislator. And the idea behind this is that you're able to identify who's who and what's what. So if you're on the verge of losing your home, or if you're trying to buy your first home, you're able to know what the resources are in your community. The idea behind the framework is to provide equitable housing for individuals and communities, and also to provide protective measures for housing.
The education component provides resources to educate the user that's looking for information about resources in that particular community.
Since the beginning of this project, Yazzie and I, we had to face multiple challenges, and throughout that, we had to practice a lot of resiliency and learning to just go with the flow. And there was a lot of vulnerability involved, and really just a lot of trust, at least for me.
For sure. I think for me as well too. The trust portion really is something that resonates with me, because I tend to not trust others in working with the group. So really allowing myself to pull back and trust Rohula to execute is something that really I learned to do throughout this project.
And for me, one of the things that stood out for me was learning how to create intentional safe places, and it helps promote better collaborations. And I really felt that with Yazzie, because he creates safe places for myself, and I did my best to create it for him.
And Rohula was really essential in creating that safe space. I was able to show up authentically throughout the entire process of this project, which really made me feel comfortable, which led to us, I think, to build a real relationship and friendship where we could work really easy together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a cheesy little
I thought it was kind of cool, honestly. I mean,
one of the asks that we have is turning this prototype into a functional app. And the reason why is because we think that this app has the potential to help communities, and it has the potential to help organizations and policymakers understand the needs of each individual community. We think that funding for this app, operational costs, and even consultation fees will help execute our plan. Thank you.
Housing group, thank you so much. And for being the first group to go through those difficulties, sitting up here just like, come on, bring it down, yes. And thanks team in the back for getting it going. It looked like it ended up great, thank you. So team, we are gonna invite you all to ask the group some questions. I believe my friend Jessica, my buddy, are you with the microphone in the back of the room? As you have questions, as you're able and willing, raise your hand and Jessica will come and find you with a microphone for you to ask. And while you're warming up with questions, I have a question for any of you all to respond to. And as you share, if you wouldn't care to introduce yourself quickly to the group, what was the thing that you individually learned the most about your community as you were engaging in this work?
Good morning. What I learned from the community is that my name is Rohula Mubarez. I had the pleasure of being in the same group as Yazzie Evans. He couldn't be here today. I tried FaceTiming him so that he could share this experience, but he's in Florida. One thing that I learned from the community is that the community knows what they need. The community has the answers. All we need to do is just listen. And if we're in a place of privilege, and if we have access to resources, it's our duty to listen to the community and help them based off of their needs.
Good morning, Faviola, Alderete. I think that in our project, I don't know specifically, and I don't want to talk for others, but in my case, working in public health, it's just really seeing again what the disparities in housing that we have been studying for so many years. But having the opportunity of really associate and find the relations, the intersection that housing and health has on each individual, I think that's most of the takeaway and one of the things that we learned with this project.
Good morning. My name's Midori Higa. I'm part of the My Time Health and Housing Group. I live and breathe housing. I work in the city and county of Denver in our Department of Housing Stability, so this is not a new issue to me. I think that working with the group allowed me to think more about rural issues in Colorado and just how different our needs might be, and so that there's not going to be a one-way solution for everyone. And so really trying to think about a diverse array of options for folks in the way that their own communities exist.
All right, we have some questions. It looks like in the back here. If you could introduce yourself before you ask, that would be wonderful.
Good morning, I'm David Wright. I'm with the All Hands Group. One of my questions that I had was, through your work, did you find any evidence or statistics around native housing issues within Denver or the state of Colorado?
Did you say native or negative?
Native.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's no secret we live in America. Native Americans are the most disproportionate, marginalized, and disenfranchised historically and systemically speaking. So with that said, the answer is no. Our group specifically, we did not go out and ask for any demographics for any specific ethnic group. So I hope that answers the question. The answer is no, sorry.
So I can speak to Metro Denver statistics. So typically 4% of our population, I'm sorry, that's not true. 1% of our population identifies as Native American in the Metro Denver area, and that's overrepresented in our homeless population at 4%. In Denver specifically, that's up to 10%. So I know that is the case, and there are different groups, and I really can only speak to the Metro, so I apologize for the rest of Colorado because we only make up a little bit and there is so much more of Colorado. But there are lots of groups working on housing in particular with a Native American focus. So Denver Indian Family Resource Center receives funding for homelessness prevention. And then one of our safe outdoor sites, which is a shelter alternative for people experiencing homelessness, is specifically designed for Indigenous groups. And so they do a lot of more cultural practices in the support of their guests in that space.
Hi, I'm Katie McClure, and I was with the All Hands Group. I was really struck by the statistic around the housing costs going up 77%, while income has only gone up 4.5%, and was wondering if any of your groups, if you had had more time, would have looked kind of upstream at the cause of all this, and if you had thoughts about what all of us could be doing to influence that.
I think that was one of our always thoughts, right? Like, really, how can we look at this issue from the upstream level instead of really going downstream? I think that we know this system was created, purposely created to really disenfranchise communities of color and to really remove our brothers and Native brothers and sisters from the land, their family, and individual wealth. So yes, I think with more time, we could have done a lot more of the upstream system look into the issue and create any type of advocacy or something that will help us to really take this to the policy level to, I guess, fix the problem from the root causes.
Kevin on the run, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, my name's Carol Peoples, I'm with Remerge, and I just applaud you all for going after the issue of housing. There's a lot of money coming into the state for housing. If they would listen to you, what would you tell them to do?
I think she's asking
I mean, it's clear that the solution to not having enough housing is to create more affordable housing. And so that for me is that everyone deserves a home in whatever fashion they would like to have it. So I'm all about housing first and saying that anyone, regardless of their circumstance, their ability to pay, their mental health status, their participation in drugs, any of those things should not preclude someone from having a home. And so the building of affordable housing feels like the priority because there's not enough to go around, and there's lots of different models and ways to do that. So spreading the wealth in order to create diversity of homes or pseudo homes or shared housing or whatever that might be is really essential across the entire state.
I'd say one of those would be restructuring zoning laws. I think zoning laws create systemic barriers for individuals, especially inner city. Another one is creating barriers and even entering the housing world, whether that's first-time home buyer, if you're trying to get an apartment, because there could be barriers depending on your credit, there could be barriers depending on your criminal background, there could be barriers depending on being undocumented, so many things like that. I think that removing those would be a great solution, and probably funding alternatives like apartments or whatever that may be for each community.
I think it will be just to stop really putting a Band-Aid to the problem and start redirecting funding to where it should not be. I think that elevating the voice of our community members and giving them the opportunity to tell us what exactly is it that they need, and stop looking just at the housing as a physical benefit. Is really more of a what is the intersection of health and housing that we all need. I guess that when we always talk about health disparities, we always talk about mental health issues, we always talk about lack of access for healthy foods, we need to look at housing, because that is one of the root causes of all the other issues that we have in our country and our state.
In regards to the money that's coming in, we need to incentivize poor people, right? As far as that term is concerned, we need to incentivize renters. We need to incentivize individuals on the lower bracket, because currently we incentivize first-time home buyers. We incentivize larger wealth brackets, tax brackets. So if we can get that money and learn how to incentivize individuals that are part of the lower socioeconomic class, I think that'd be a great solution.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more.
Oh, awesome. It should be pretty quick. My name is Demetria. I'm part of the Make Space group. Thank you all so much for your presentations. I thought they were really amazing. But one theme that I realized kind of threads through all the presentations is that we need a repository. We need a way to get these resources to the people. So my question is, why do you think that doesn't exist yet? Do you believe that that is an intentional barrier to keep us down, to not give us this type of repository and this type of access?
So I would say, I mean, yes, sort of yes, but sort of no. Yes, in that the call for funding is always competitive. So that keeps us siloed from other folks. Whether that's from HUD or that's from local government or that's from foundations, there's still this RFP process that we have to go through. And then I would also say no right now, because there are so many ways that people are working to share their resources, to say like, this is the thing I tried and this is how it's working. And so I can speak to so many models and frameworks for that and know that I have access to any other community. I just have to talk to a person who might know a person who might know another person to gain access to another community, to understand how they're creating success in their own community. And that ability for us to network now in 2022 is really the thing that's creating change for many of our communities.
Thank you. One more round of applause, please. Teams, thank you so much again for all of your work, all of this incredible work to come, right? It sounds like this is a building block for the work ahead. And so not not thinking about this as the end of a project, but hopefully as the beginning of the work that we all collectively need to be doing more of together. Thank you. Team, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back on at 10:25. Thank you, Jessica. We'll see you soon.
During this opportunity, right? All right. If you didn't meet somebody new during the next break, please meet somebody new. And if you met somebody new, introduce that new friend to another new friend. So then y'all will know more than one cool person. All right, everyone. Thank you to the housing group who got us started and rolled with, and thanks to our AV team for rocking and rolling with it, doing the best as possible. We know there's, it's just never can plan for it. Next up, we've got our food systems group, and is our senior program officer, Amy Duggan, in the house? Amy Duggan, oh, there she is. She's waving her hands out back there. If you've got any questions, want to connect with someone at the Health Foundation, Amy is your go-to. She's back there, and she's also awesome. I call her my better colleague because we started around the same time. And then something also, while we're watching the videos and working through and hearing everything, make sure you're paying attention to and applying to what you learned in your time with CCL. Understand the experience, what's rising up as curiosities, making sure that we're able to figure out and ask some of those questions. Really, let's put folks up on stage in the hot seat. So with not much else, food systems folks, come on up, and then we'll get the videos queued up.
All right, food systems friends to the front of the stage, please. Good to see you all. Hey, Nichelle. I love you, Tion. All right, I think we're ready for videos. Thank you.
Welcome to the Pantry Produce Project. Our team, Mary Rochelle, Tori Vella, Brizai Gomez, and Ari Antilla created this project to help address food challenges in our community. Health inequalities in the United States follow a socioeconomic continuum where low-income, low-resource households disproportionately experience higher levels of food-related health risks. These inequalities contribute to food insecurity and poor dietary health. 1 in 3 Coloradans are food insecure, meaning they lack reliable access to nutritious foods. Food insecure populations often turn to charitable feeding systems like food pantries and food banks for support. In an effort to combat food insecurity and health inequalities, food pantries are working hard to ensure that pantry participants have access to healthy food and the support needed to prepare healthy meals. With this in mind, we chose to conduct a survey at a food pantry location we have a connection with, so we could create solutions based on community-expressed needs and feedback. We surveyed participants and volunteers at the Outreach United Resource Center, a food pantry in Longmont, and identified a major problem. Many people could use help identifying various fruits and vegetables and figuring out how to utilize produce to prepare healthy meals. The Outreach United Resource Center receives a wide range of produce from local gardens and farms, including many items that participants haven't used before. We also found that participants with dietary restrictions often are not able to use many of the available offerings. Depending on the special diet, they may not take meat, bread, dairy products, or other offerings that can provide nutritional value. Thus, increasing education on preparation of fruits and vegetables helps participants with and without dietary restrictions unlock more nutritional options than they were previously aware of. With this, the Pantry Produce Project was developed to increase fruit and vegetable consumption and knowledge among Coloradans. We are accomplishing this by creating educational resources that will be available to food pantries and other hunger relief organizations across Colorado. We've created a printable kit that includes 3 components. 1. Colorful, printable signs that identify the type of produce, have a fun tip on how to use it, and include a nutritional fact. 2. Recipe cards that incorporate vegetables that may be unfamiliar to people, which also include ingredients that can typically be found in a food pantry. For example, people may not be aware that parsnip, an uncommon veggie, can be roasted or prepared like mashed potatoes. Additionally, as part of a collaborative partnership, we've included recipes that were provided courtesy of Boulder County Public Health. After conducting some research and discovering that in Colorado, nearly half of those struggling to put food on the table are Hispanic, we made our signs and recipe cards in both English and Spanish. 3. Best practices for implementation guide to explore how to use the materials at any food pantry. This also includes additional fun educational activities that can be put on, such as taste tests and cooking classes. We've successfully piloted our project at the Outreach United Resource Center. We've received really positive feedback from members of the community, such as, "The produce signs are great, incredibly eye-catching and helpful," and "I love how the recipe cards give me new ideas for healthy meals for my family." A volunteer at the center stated, "What a neat idea. The produce signs and recipe cards really help spark great conversations with community members and give new ideas for a variety of produce." We believe we have made incredible educational materials that will be helpful for participants at food pantries across Colorado. We're providing our printable kit completely free to any food pantry or resource center in Colorado, and we need your help spreading the word. For inquiries, please reach out to us at pantryproduceproject@gmail.com. Thank you so much for your time.
Our team is composed of Nancy Higuera, Jessica Eghart, Maya Grin, Ryan Avila, Elena Mendez, and Colleen Inkin, and we are
Comida para todos.
Our group truly believes that no child should go hungry because they can't afford a nutritious meal. During the COVID pandemic, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food and Nutrition Services made free school lunches available to all children regardless of family income. Our team wanted to address the issue regarding the end of free school lunches for all children as of August 2022. 60,000 kids in Colorado can't afford lunch. Many of these kids go hungry at school but don't qualify for free or reduced price lunches. 40% more kids are able to get the food they need and avoid going hungry when all kids have access to free meals at school.
When I was a kid, my mom was a single mom for when I was in elementary school, and I was on free and reduced lunch. And I remember actually begging my mom to pack me a lunch so that kids wouldn't know that we were on free and reduced lunch. So there's a huge stigma around it. And when all the kids are getting the same lunch for free, the stigma is gone.
Nuestros estudiantes, niños, padres de familia, maestros y expertos de todas partes de nuestro estado han demostrado el gran impacto positivo que los alimentos gratuitos ofrecidos a todos los niños menores de edad de nuestras escuelas proveen un gran beneficio de salud y aprendizaje a todos aquellos que lo reciben. Porque todo niño merece acceso a alimentos nutritivos. Para poder aprender, te invitamos a apoyar esta causa de comidas escolares saludables para todos. Apóyanos con tu voto este próximo noviembre.
Food insecurity strongly impacts kids' performance at school. If they come to school and they're not able to focus because they're hungry, they can't process, they come in and lay their heads down on the table, and there's just no chance of getting through any channel of learning for them.
The prices, the cost, and just because they're always looking at the income. And I've been denied a lot of times, and I'm always just thinking, why it's my income's pretty low.
We also live in a fresh food desert. It's difficult and expensive to get fresh foods in the mountains where we live. And so school lunch and universal school lunch is a great way to make sure that all of our kids are getting access.
Hi, my name is Ryan Avila.
and I am the Food Systems Manager at the Family Resource Center in Sterling, Colorado. Our group has partnered with Healthy School Meals for All campaign, with our target markets being Summit County and Logan County, Colorado. Our end goal is accomplished by attending coalition meetings monthly, getting word out on our social media platforms using toolkits, and gathering storytellers such as teachers and school board members. Now, we are very optimistic that this bill will get passed in the upcoming election.
We quickly found out that House Bill 22-1414 was going to be in our ballots November 2020. We found an organization called Healthy School Meals for All that aligned with our values and goals, so our group decided to join their organization to aid in their campaign.
There were several reasons why our Spotlight Central West group decided to combine our efforts with the Healthy School Meals for All campaign. We recognized the unique opportunity that we had working together, all being rural communities, mostly mountainous, representing Lake, Summit, Clear Creek, and Logan counties. Importantly, we'd seen the impact universal school meals had on our communities during the pandemic. Several of us are in the hunger relief space, and we've seen how important access to nutritious Colorado-grown produce is and how that can support a healthier Colorado food system. And we also wanted to select a project that would have an impact on all of our communities. Given the time constraints, we also wanted to choose something that was going to be efficient and feasible. So we decided to take a community education and advocacy approach in each of our communities, centered on healthy school meals for all. This gave us the chance to engage with our own communities, with each other, and the wider Colorado landscape involved with this effort. It really was a strategic advocacy in a can approach that we could create and then replicate in each of our counties. What's really important to highlight as well, coming from rural communities, is that there's often a disconnect between metropolitan Colorado and our rural communities. As we all work to educate our own counties about this legislation, we also wanted to highlight the challenges that rural mountain communities will face in implementing universal school meals. We struggle with food supply chains and food procurement at our school districts. We struggle with hiring and retaining staff in our schools due to the high cost of living, housing crises, and as one of our Spotlight cohort members pointed out, there's often a barrier to who has access to participate on parent advisory committees, which is a requirement of implementation if this legislation is passed.
What is House Bill 22-1414, Healthy School Meals for All? The bill will focus on providing free healthy school meals to all public school children in Colorado, pre-K to 12. This would eliminate applications for free and reduced lunch. Schools will also be provided funding to purchase more Colorado-grown ingredients. School districts would have the ability to be part of a local procurement grant program to purchase food from local farmers and ranchers to make healthy school meals. This will strengthen Colorado's food system, the economy, and student health. The bill will also increase the wages or provide stipends for individuals employed to prepare and serve food. Schools will also create a student and parent committee to advise on food purchases, and technical assistance run by a nonprofit organization will be available to staff, so meals are prepared with basic ingredients instead of processed products. The ballot measure is funded by limited state income tax deductions from the top 5% Colorado income earners.
Children, parents, teachers, and experts from around the state have demonstrated the positive impact providing free school meals to all Colorado children would have on their well-being. And because every child deserves a good meal, please support Healthy School Meals for All by voting this November.
I'm Relayo.
Hi, I'm Emily.
I'm Nicole. Hi, I'm Tanya.
And we are Team Rent. I'll be discussing the problem, and my team and I, upon discussing the access and ease of shopping for cultural food for immigrant families, developed the idea of a no-cost grocery store. We initially thought of a low-cost grocery store, but after discussing the inherent problems with the low-cost option, decided to settle with the no-cost one. A no-cost grocery store would significantly improve the quality of life for immigrant families, students, and families in need of assistance, and in turn, improve health equity amongst residents of Colorado. We realized that the system of easy accessibility of quality food was flawed. Also, there was a considerable bias against shopping at pantries for families in need. At pantries, sourcing for produce was also an issue. This led to us researching on whether no-cost grocery stores actually exist, how they function effectively, and the potential stepbacks and issues that might arise whilst running one. I came across a lady named Andrea during my research, and she decided to provide produce for her community right here in Colorado. I also visited a local pantry very close to my own neighborhood to find out about programs that they offer, and how they source for foodstuff, as well as how they handle funding for their program. My key takeaways from the research that I did was that there is definitely an apparent need for awareness of no-cost grocery stores right here in Colorado and welfare programs that the government actually provides. And over to you, Emily.
Thanks, Delayo. I'm covering our vision. So in regards to food access, our vision for the ideal state of society was broadly one in which capitalism is dismantled. In this ideal state, it would be feasible that communities may sustainably grow much of their own food and be able to access food without facing transportation, monetary, or temporal barriers. This world would allow for food sovereignty and ideally allow for food access and assistance organizations not to exist. Of course, this is not the world we live in. We must acknowledge the limitations of the food system as it exists within capitalism, a system that is actively and knowingly unjust for the sake of continual profit, not for universal human rights. So we developed the idea of creating a toolkit for a no-cost grocery store. We envisioned the toolkit to be a resource for individuals and communities to use as a jumping-off point for creating a more equitable food system on a local level. In regards to the program itself, our vision as a team was to develop our leadership as individuals and further in relation to food access. We hope to establish relationships with other individuals and organizations in the Denver metro area and beyond by connections between ourselves and other members of the Spotlight groups. We sought to learn new aspects of our leadership styles and aim to acquire creative problem-solving tactics from the Center for Creative Leadership. Ultimately, our vision was to grow as leaders in Colorado health equity, and we will continue working to share our new perspectives and developments in leadership with our communities.
Thanks, Emily. The approach. Our approach was simple. Rather than build one no-cost grocery store, we would create a toolkit. In this way, all organizations, despite their budget, size, or agency type, would have the opportunity to create a place for their community to access food. The no-cost grocery store would offer nutritious food as well as provide resources to these underserved communities. Application and registration assistance would be available to those looking to sign up for government-funded programs, both locally and federally. In order to keep staff costs low, the toolkits include the volunteer section with information on how to recruit, train, and maintain volunteers. As a team, we tackled the toolkit sections based on our skill set, experience, and interests. Each team member was given tasks that they were reported or completed at our weekly meetings. This approach gave everyone the opportunity to research and learn on topics that will go beyond this project and into their professional lives.
Thank you, Tanya. So the result. Our group was able to meet weekly to plan, collaborate, brainstorm, and work through the different tasks needed to complete our no-cost grocery store toolkit and to work towards creating our video. We also worked together to identify our strengths and challenges, to work as a team, to assign what needed to be done, and troubleshoot areas of struggle we experienced, whether individually or as a team. The toolkit will be impactful in so many different communities and settings, as each asset of the toolkit can be applied and tailored to fit the needs of the community the no grocery store will be serving and by the people doing the work. Regardless of if a person has a ton of experience starting up a community program such as a no-cost grocery store or no experience, the toolkit is designed to offer resources, ideas, frameworks, contact information, and potential funding streams to any passionate individual doing this work. Our group has grown by not only meeting and working with complete strangers on our team, but leaning on the groups and cohorts to exchange information and resources, which contributed to the successful completion of our Learning Action Project, the No-Cost Grocery Store Toolkit.
All right. One more round of applause for food systems, please. Another one of what we know to be the darkest, deepest, most impactful inequities that exist in our communities. And the work that you all do to bring this to life, to center it, not the work you just do through the program, but the work that you all did coming into this space, even some of you all that took that to the next level, is incredible. We want to give space for participants who have questions. And so again, if you'd like to raise your hand, we have Kevin who will come around with a microphone. I believe we also have our friends and family joining us on Zoom as well. And so Zoom virtual friends, if you all have questions, hope that you'll post those into the chat, and we'll look to the back of the house to help us queue those up as they come through. Yeah, thank you. Our first question.
Oh, I just have to hold it closer to my mouth. Who would have thought? I'm Jessica Eckhart. I was part of the Spotlight group, and I have a question for Tian's group. I'm a social scientist, and I have a specialty in health equity, and I love data. So your presentation was very intriguing, and I just want to hear from you and other members of your group. You posed this question, what do we think about data collection at food pantries? And I would like to hear where your group landed on that in terms of solutions to data collection issues.
Hello, okay. So thank you for that question. My name is Tian Horsey, by the way, part of that other group. Anyways, so as far as the survey results that we did receive, we received an I wouldn't say overwhelming, but kind of like a split in the middle as far as like the agencies providing services and those that we surveyed as far as the individuals receiving services. The agencies, for the most part, understood that this was a necessity. This was something that they needed to do in order to receive funding to keep, providing food for their programs. But at the same time, they were able to admit that there are barriers to this, and they realize that they're probably missing huge segments of the population. Those are still going without resources, like our homeless communities, like our undocumented communities. We realize that we're missing the mark there. Regarding the individuals that we talked to, most of them honestly were just resigned to it. They were like, I need the help, and this is what I have to do to get the help. And you could hear it, you could see it, and it wasn't something that they necessarily agreed with, but they just had to. And the more that we asked them questions regarding the experience itself, the more we started to learn a little bit more about, this person's gone this place before and they've had this experience and this. They didn't even realize that it was actually impacting them as much as it was until they really started to talk about it. And I think that's more so where we want to be. Like Amanda said, we're not professional researchers, we are winging it, but at the same time, if there was somebody who could invest in this and just see, long-term how this does impact the community, maybe we can start to identify those places that we're missing, those people that we're missing, and really do try to feed everybody who's in need.
Thank you. I do data in my daily job too. And this is David Wright with the Denver Indian Center's All Hands group. But one of the things that kind of came up to mind is, this is a question for everybody, is one of data sovereignty. One that is, who is the ownership of the data that you are collecting? And also, what is that going to be used for in the future? I think it's very important when we look at communities of color and communities that have been historically marginalized, that we need to be cognizant of the data that we are collecting and how we're using that data as a whole. So my question for the panel would be is, how are you using the data and how are you going to be storing that data that you have collected and or are seeking to collect?
Hey, so I actually work at a food pantry, or we call it a food market, and we collect data from our shoppers. We actually use an online ordering system, so basically we need to create a username, password, et cetera, so we need a little bit of their data. Yeah, so we collect that data, and we don't, I'm really proud of our organization because we don't ask demographics, we don't ask your sex, we don't ask your gender, we don't ask your religion, but we still do ask your name and your date of birth and other people in your household. And yeah, that data, we kind of just, we create the online ordering system, username, whatever, and we store it for 7 years. And honestly, the biggest thing we use it for is for data, or is for grants and to let our donors know who's visiting our food markets. So yeah.
A little bit, 'cause I have to. So I actually work for one of the major food banks in the States. So with us, it's more so, in theory, it's to help improve programs. You know, we can say that with a lot of the information that was gathered, we were able to create different language plans for Colorado. So we've helped identify 8 or 9 languages spoken within the state just from data collection in itself. So I guess that's something good that can come from this. You know, and maybe we can start investing more into finding more ethnically centered foods, you know, find out exactly what these foods are that people need, rather than just assuming that everyone wants flour or everyone wants this and that. Maybe we can kind of use this information to help provide better services. And then speaking regarding to like any kind of the USDA programs or anything like that, maybe we can find better meals for them, because those are the most extensive data collecting programs, is the USDA programs. And maybe we can actually use that data for the good, rather than finding out, okay, we're serving X amount of seniors or X amount of people of color for some kind of overall broad-based survey. Maybe we can use that to figure out how to better implement services for those people. And I think in theory, that's the plan for it, but we've got a long way to go, so.
Data is essential for the job that we do. It's essential for no-cost food markets, for food pantries, but data is also needs to be part of DEI work, diversity, inclusion, and equity work. Obviously, it informs grants, but it also informs our organizations of who is a community that we're serving, what language justice, which part of language justice we need to be focusing on. And it needs to be used responsibly as well, right? But there needs to be communication with community of this is the way that we're using data, and making them know that this is grants. This is how we're serving you as a community. So transparency is essential, and it's something that we're not practicing at the moment as a whole state, I would say. So data is not the enemy, is the system so that we use it in, that we need to start changing so we can start using data in an equitable and non-harming way for our community.
Thank you for the question. So our project did not focus too much on collection of data. We did think through ways that we could eliminate some of the barriers in which people would have if they were to want to access programs at a no-cost grocery store. And we identified, we first had a conversation of do we want a low-cost or a no-cost grocery store, and what barriers does that present? And that's where we kind of got into our demographic conversation as a group. Ultimately, we decided we knew that data collection in terms of funding would be needed, and so we provided in the toolkits what some of those requirements will be, and ways to work through that, and then also ways to communicate and meet with participants of how their data will be used and what's needed, and also alternative programs if for those folks who just say, you know, want to bypass those programs. So it definitely was a part of our conversation in the no-cost grocery store toolkit, and almost like a focus point of, if someone needs food, doesn't want to go through SNAP or WIC or other programs like that, how can we, with dignity, provide a place to give people nourishment every day, culturally culturally, responsible foods to these same folks. So we have more resources like that in our toolkit as well.
I think ultimately people just want to feed their families, feed themselves, and data collection should be used for good. So things like sexuality, age, race, things like that, they are not necessary to feed. It's a human need, and I think we just want ease in, we want ease to be able to do this. So that's ultimately what we're here to talk about. That's ultimately what we really want. And that's why we're here. Yeah.
We do have a Zoom question. Thank you. So this is for the rent team. Regarding healthy school meals for all, bill number 221414, is there any quantitative analysis result for students getting healthy lunch each day, e.g. long-term cost versus benefit, or test score percentage increases where students benefit from universal healthy lunch at school versus current cheap lunch?
Thank you for the question. So that was not Team Rent. Is that your team? Okay, I'll pass it to.
Sweet. So during the COVID pandemic, like the video said, a lot of kids had that ability for healthy school meals for all. All kids got free lunches no matter what. And during that pandemic, we did see that 40% increase in children receiving, like 40% more kids accessed healthy school meals. The biggest part about this bill is that there's going to be a lot more healthy meals available for the kids. They're going to be not as processed, not as, how would I say it? They're going to be more real foods, and it's going to be real food from Colorado. So that's going to be a huge impact. And there's a lot of studies that state that kids who eat well do well in school. A kid should not have to worry about where they're gonna have lunch, how they're gonna get lunch that day. I was one of those kids that, I was rejected from the lunch line when I had my meal because I had a negative balance of $80, So I think this bill's gonna be amazing for the kiddos in our schools, and it's gonna make a huge impact. So yeah, vote yes on FF, on Bill Initiative FF.
Hi, I'm Olivia De Pablo. I wanted to say thank you, FF, yes on FF. Children need to eat healthy, and not every children has access to healthy food, for one, and not every children or every parent can pay for children's food. So please, yes on FF, this ballot coming up on November 3rd. I wanted to, more than a question, a comment. Thank you for your leadership for this initiative, because that's showing how to take action and how to incorporate our efforts throughout the state. So thank you very much. I also wanted to comment on the data, that even though I understand how the data is super important to reflect the disparities, I think that we need to challenge the processes. For instance, I am an immigrant from Mexico. Every time I get to fill out my demographics, I become white. And I don't identify as a white person, with all love and respect to my white brothers and sisters. I am a woman of color from Mexico. So I think that something needs to take place in an effort to reflect that data in an accurate way. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. And lastly, as far as the food access, oftentimes the challenges, the barriers, for instance, with the undocumented community members, oftentimes the processes are also not accessible. In Durango, for instance, at the food bank, I come from Durango, Colorado, they need to have proof of an ID, which we know that a lot of undocumented immigrants don't have access to that, or proof of address. When you're renting from your uncle or from the uncle of your uncle, and there's like 10 people living in one house, that becomes a challenge. So I just wanted to illustrate that, and thank you so much for all you do. Gracias.
No, thank you for your comment. And honestly, I just want to kind of touch in just a little bit about where you said more accuracy. And that's kind of what drove us a little bit towards this topic, because like they said in the video, we spun our wheels on what we wanted to talk about for a little while. But myself, and I know a few other people who work in the field like I do, we've had to assume race just based off of name. And that right there, it needs to be addressed really at the system, at the federal level, because then you aren't getting the correct information that you think you're gonna get. You're still not helping the people that you think you're trying to help. And we're just creating more problems. So if we can get past that, just even one small barrier right there, I think we could be more inclusive in all services and help a lot more people. I really do. So.
There is a law in Colorado called the ID voucher, documents access. Sorry to take more time. Folks who do not have access to an ID, such as people without homes, people without documents. In the state of Colorado, undocumented people are allowed to have a driver's license or an ID for Colorado. So this bill that was renewed in 2020 allows people to get an ID voucher, which gives them access to an ID, a birth certificate, anything that's within the state at no cost. I encourage each food access organization to look it up and make it available for their community.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
Hi, my name is Katie. I am with the All Hands group. And my question is also about the healthy school meals for all. I was wondering if your group or the larger group that's doing this advocacy has done any work around chatting with the stakeholders actually working in the cafeteria. Your video referred to stipends and additional pay to pay better living wages, which is wonderful, but also working with a whole food product is going to increase the demand for labor and production. And I'm wondering what roadmaps exist to address that issue.
Sweet. So during one of our meetings, we did address this issue. There is a projection that there is going to be enough food for this. A lot of farmers are on board with this because, you know, it's going to help Colorado families, Colorado farmers with their businesses and feed their families and et cetera. So there is going to be enough food for Colorado schools. And the best part about this is the technical assistance. So when schools are trying to procure this food, there is going to be a technical assistance from a nonprofit organization that's going to be helping schools receive the food. So that's going to be an amazing asset to all of this. So yeah.
Team, one more round of applause for this incredible work happening. And I think without further ado, I'll re-invite my friend Bowie back up here to transition to our next session. Team, thank you so much.
All right. Thanks to the food group. Well, next up, we've got our Access to Resources group, and I'd like to invite those members up, as well as CCL teammate Andy Williams up, who will be facilitating the Q&A. And again, as we start heading into the latter part of the morning, take your breaks, stretch if you need to, stand alongside the room, back of the room, stretch your legs, get comfortable. Looking forward to this next one, and should be good. Thanks, everyone.
Hello. Hi, everybody. It is wonderful to be with you all today. I'm Andy Williams, and I work at the Center for Creative Leadership, where I work very closely with Jessica and team. I get to be behind the scenes a lot with this particular program, so being here today is absolutely wonderful to be able to witness what you all are creating in the state of Colorado. It truly is wonderful to see. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and show the videos. And again, you all have been doing such a wonderful job really tuning in, being fully present with the videos, and bringing your curiosity to this conversation. So please continue to do that. And we are ready to go. Thanks, team.
Hello, my name is Benu Amun-Ra. Communication is at the core of every healthcare interaction. Effective communication is critical to health and well-being. For people who have speech, language, and hearing difficulties, understanding the needs of the recipient increases their participation, enhancing safety, trust, and quality of care. My vision for the ideal state is to create a pilot program to reduce the gaps in receiving care and access to other services by training more native speakers and ASL interpreters to become cultural brokers so they may reduce the healthcare inequities that LEP and deaf individuals face in our current healthcare environment and assist in providing quality entry points into the local government systems. By collaborating and finding an already established framework within our vast networks, I believe we can create the project that many communities are in need of and can fully get behind. Expanding on a translation service and collaborating together, we can work towards this project's vision. Progress has been made with establishing relationships with community leaders and organizations that already provide this service or framework, like DJ Ida of the National Asian American Pacific Islander Mental Health Association, and with those who are in need of such a program, like Yolanda Webb at the Colorado Department of Human Services for Adult Aging and Disabilities for the Deaf Community. Our ask for action and impact is to fund a pilot program to implement effective translation and/or interpretation services to the communities in need by utilizing an established framework and expanding it to be accessible through the various networks and local government entry points.
I'm Daniela Tijerina Benner. As the racial and ethno-linguistic landscape of Colorado becomes more diverse, health institutions and human service agencies face distinct challenges in providing culturally and linguistically competent services. Current approaches to language access often do not consider all of the stakeholders or their distinct needs. As a result, resources are not mobilized in a way to get to the heart of the problem. Agencies are required by federal law to provide language access services. However, these services fall short of improving language-appropriate care for diverse populations. In healthcare, this is evidenced by the various metrics we've included on the worksheet. Linguistic bias can also lead to challenges in housing, employment, education, and criminal justice. The ideal state would be language justice, which is an individual's right to be able to communicate, understand, and be understood in the language in which they prefer and feel most articulate and powerful. To realize this vision, a fundamental first step involves some truth-telling. The truth is that our systems have failed people with NELP, people who speak non-standard varieties, as well as providers. The way they have failed is by framing the problem as the fault of people with NELP or speakers of non-standard varieties who fail to use the standard language, casting them as a burden on the system in need of language assistance. A reframing that acknowledges the system's responsibility to provide adequate resources is viewing language services as a tool that empowers employees to provide equitable care to everyone. The outgrowth of this reframing are actions that we can take on different levels. By applying the REAL framework, I've been able to make significant inroads on language access in Larimer County, including working to improve knowledge about linguistic bias and health equity, updating our language access plan, and exploring ways to compensate all staff who provide language services. So what are some of the ways that we could partner? For one, we could support organizations to assess, train, and compensate dual-role interpreters and translators. Another way is by supporting communities and organizations in conducting needs assessments based on oral histories. Gracias.
My name is Hoifa Bamoli.
The language barrier creates a lack of access to services and the same way affect the racial and ethical group to achieve a better life. Colorado is a diverse state in race and ethnicity with multiple languages spoken by non-English speakers. Services are offered mostly in English. The affected population is a diverse community with challenges to access public services. The vision is to support the immigrant refugees, non-English speakers to access public and social services. As a result, we use storytelling to address language justice. We integrate a prototype for a trusted model of community health workers. Please support trusted connection to elevate, expand, and integrate the community health workers' action to all social determinants of health in the Northeast Colorado region and more. Thank you.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Nosotros somos el grupo All Hands y vamos a estar hablando de Cultural Responsive Engagement y el tema es Resetting the Table. Para comenzar, me gustaría presentarles a mi equipo, a este equipo, y es Lorena, Greg y yo, su servidora Cristal.
Equity matters. The inspiration behind our project was really we felt that equity matters so much that we needed to reset the table of our societies and our organizations in general. And a quote that was used to help us with that was done by Ruby Sales, creating a new table. So integration was a project not designed for democratization, was a project designed for cultural annihilation. So we did not want integration. We wanted democratization. It's like integration means that you figure out a way of becoming a part of someone else's table, and the table is white. So how is that you become an honorary white person? How is it that you melt yourself into the white world and take on the accoutrements of whiteness? Whereas democratization means that we are all deciding how the table will be set, and the table belongs to all of us. We're not trying to diversify a table that's already set. We're trying to engage in a project of creating a new table. And so that was the inspiration around our project. And with that, really set out what the problem is. And we need to come up with a new table that highlights and resetting that table from success stories that have happened in other organizations and good practices so that we can be more of an equitable society. To talk more on this, I'm going to pass it on to Lorena.
So part of what our project that we wanted to complete here was a manual of kind of how to implement equity within organizations. We here wanted to be the people behind putting this book together, knowing that we weren't the ones with the answers. We understand kind of conceptually what equity is and what it could look like. But in terms of actually achieving it in the workplace, a lot of us didn't really know where to start. So this manual will look like having things from hiring practices, accessible language and documents like policies and procedures, organizations' code of conduct, and governing documents in general. And get a better idea of how we can be engaging in communities equitably, how to recognize white dominant norms within the workplace, ask about successes and challenges, and use these testimonies to create this manual of best practices. This project is one that should take great time and effort. And unfortunately, our team just did not have the capacity to take this on this summer. That being said, our ask of you all today is to send us your stories, send us your testimonies. We hope eventually to continue to work together and come with this manual and produce this product. And so it's with your help that we'll be able to do this.
Hello, my name is Jesse Ramirez. My pronouns are he, him, his. I am part of the Restoring Trust group through the Wild Horses cohort. Our project really centered around access. Many of our members each has their profession in this world, and we really wanted to center the project around our why and how we can better support access, whether it's through community organizing, whether it's through health, for people with disabilities, or access to higher education for Latino students and other underrepresented populations. And so that's really where the focus of this project went. We wanted to create some kind of manual or resource guide or living document that other people can contribute to, really around expanding access. We recognized one of the challenges from the very beginning is there are not enough people doing this work. And as the Lotus Huerta once said, every person you meet has the potential to be a community organizer. And so we felt this would be a good opportunity for us to give people the tools and resources to empower communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Letitia Bancroft. My pronouns are she, her, hers, Elia. I am from the Fort Morgan area. I am part of the group Restoring Trust. My part in the project is providing information on increasing access to resources and recommendations for implementing cultural awareness within our rural community here in Morgan County. By providing this awareness, I'm hoping that we're able to provide a connection, that we're able to give a sense of belonging, and we're able to restore that trust that has been lost amongst our refugees, immigrants, and students of color here in Morgan County. Thank you.
Hola y buenas tardes. Me llamo Jodine Olguin Taylor y uso los pronombres de she y ella. As Jessie said, we felt it was important to compile some recommendations and tips based on both our lived experiences and as well as some of our professional expertise in areas of work. And so the living curriculum that we developed includes recommendations for access and inclusion for 4 groups of experiences. The first, increasing access to higher education for Latino students. The second, access recommendations that promote inclusion and equity for people who have a disability. The third, access and recommendations for youth who are in rural communities and come from refugee and immigrant experiences. And the fourth, for people who speak English as a second language and for creating spaces that don't default to English language dominance. Each of these areas were areas where we're excited to put forward some recommendations from our own learning, both through the program and learning that we've done outside of the program and our lived experiences, as well as to bring an asset-based approach. So we believe that folks who come from all of these different experiences really have a wealth of perspective and expertise that are essential for any program or project or group that wants to be working in health equity. So we wanted to provide some recommendations for inclusion and access. Nancy.
Hello, my name is Nancy Beltran. My pronoun is she, her. Our project is about restoring trust for the Wild Horses cohort. The reason why I choose this project is because I know the access is the bridge to grow in my Latinx community to help others. We always need access in too many ways. To advance, as Hispanic community member of this country, I experience all the access I need to be part of this country. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
And then the last thing we'll say about the project is that we have a stakeholder engagement plan, which includes outreach to folks who are in decision-making roles about leadership development programs and cohorts, as well as funders of leadership development programs and cohorts, so that programs such as the CLI are resourced to provide the access and inclusion accommodations that are necessary to create an equitable and inclusive environment. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome. Today we will be doing our presentation on our Action Learning Project for Health for the Unheard. First, we'll start off with some introductions. My name is Alondra Tummins. I am currently a youth community organizer at Rise, Colorado.
Hi everyone, I'm Brianna Sanchez and I am the Community Engagement Liaison and Family Navigator at Valley Settlement.
My name is Maria Gonzalez, and I am the founder and CEO of Adelante Community Development.
Hi, I'm Tristan Perkins. I am currently a business manager at UC Health.
Hi, I'm Emily Cervantes. I am currently an independent health equity consultant.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Cordero. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with the City and County of Denver.
One of the reasons that we decided to go with mental health is because for a lot of us, in the organizations that we work with and in our own communities, we have seen the crisis that mental health has, specifically when working with youth and families from low-income communities, immigrant and refugee communities, undocumented people, and communities of color. We've really seen, for example, for my organization, we have seen the uptake in suicide among students, the suicidal ideation, and we decided that it was something that we should prioritize.
According to the Census Bureau of the United States, in 2020, in Colorado alone, we had over 385,000 individuals that did not have health insurance. And we know that many of the communities that we want to impact are these community members that do not qualify or do not have access to health insurance. Denver alone has over 9.6% individuals with no health insurance. And as we understand, in 2020 census was really hard to really collect the proper data to really reflect the need of the community. And that's why this work is absolutely necessary.
So through our research for this project, as well as professional and personal experiences, we have recognized that there currently exists a lack of a well-publicized and centralized database recording mental health resources. There is a lack of translation services that allows people to access mental health services, as well as information that helps people feel comfortable within these spaces. In order to address these needs, we created a resource guide that pulls all the information that is available and can be readily updated, as well as an educational handout that details common questions and concerns for individuals when they first start therapy so that they can feel their best and feel equipped to begin these services.
In order to help increase the access to mental health services for those individuals who may be uninsured, underinsured, refugees, or undocumented individuals, we've compiled a worksheet that lists organizations and the populations they serve, whether or not insurance is needed, whether they accept Medicare, Medicaid, what county, as well as contact information. This will allow people to quickly search for the organization that they are in search of.
To supplement our mental health resource guide, we also felt that it was important to look into the schools. So we did research on the school-based health centers, focusing on the region of Denver. In our research, we found that Of all the schools, only 8 districts are participating out of a total of 20 districts within Denver. And then within these 8 districts, there's only 6 clinic managers to oversee a plethora of students. We also found that it was probably the most accessible resource because children can go to either a school liaison, a counselor, or an in-house therapist and just let someone know that they're needing that extra mental health support. Within our presentation, we have a couple of links, further research, and handouts. And for the sake of time, we're not going to be focusing and deep diving into each one, but please feel free to do so.
When we began collecting resources for our guide, we discovered that there were existing resource guides like the one we are creating. The problem is that those guides are scattered and the people that need to know about them don't know about them. Additionally, most are not comprehensive and do not include resources for uninsured or undocumented immigrant community members. That is why there's a need to consolidate all these existing guides into one source that is regularly updated and properly shared with community organizations, community leaders, and community members. It could even grow to include resources beyond mental health providers. To create this comprehensive guide, we need more community research to help us identify and fully understand the gaps that exist throughout the state. Once the guide is created, it is important that it is extensively shared.
On behalf of our leadership team, we would like to thank you for your time and appreciate next steps. If you are as concerned as we are, please help us move the needle forward and bring the support that is needed to these individuals that we want to impact.
Awesome. Well, first off, thank you all so much for the work you're doing, the commitment you have for it, and to the teams that are you all are represented. Thank you. So what are you curious about? Kevin's out there with the mic, and we want to hear some questions from you. Can we have them? Thanks.
Hello. All right. Okay. Can you hear me? All right. So I have a question. Thank you so much, the group that did the culturally responsible engagement, resetting the table. I think what's happening right now is I'm thinking about the table and thinking about systems, right? Like a table has been set and is doing what it's supposed to be doing, right? I'm just thinking about what, Audre Lorde said about the master's house and the master's tools, right? What are we doing instead of trying to reset a table that is serving its purpose in creating our own legacies? Because I think the work that we should be doing in our communities, honestly, should be the work of creating our own legacies that really work in ways in which our communities, our people can culturally and engage in ways we know that they do engage, right? Because I think with the table, I think I'm still having a hard time thinking about a system that's already there that we are still trying to make work for us when we are supposed to be creating our own legacies where we should be able to continue that legacy. My name is Tatenda. I'm with
Thank you.
my time.
Yeah, comment, response.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your question. Greg Felsen with Culturally Responsive Engagement. I first want to thank everyone in the room here today. This has been a very inspiring symposium and time with so many amazing people. And also want to thank my team of Crystal and Lorena who are not here today. But you hit it. You nailed it right there. How, and that's where we did not get to the capacity of being like, what are these success stories within our organizations, within the teams of our communities that we work with, that are showing that we are not just being conformed to a certain table that's been set for us, but we're resetting it in a way that's inspiring us to set legacies that hopefully more people can engage with or feel more comfortable to engage with, that we can see those stories. So we really would appreciate more people letting us know within your own organization, what is working, what's not working, and what are ways, because I think all of our communities are complex in a unique manner. And so if we have stories from throughout Colorado, throughout the country, throughout the world that we can use to really inspire people to reset that table, that's where the beauty is going to happen, right? And so I think it was such a complex and big topic that we knew it has to be addressed. However, I think that's the work we're all trying to do, is equity, right? And what does that look like in everyone's different, unique way? And so if we can continue to ask that question and use some of those stories and examples, it would be great to share with all of us here that are really taking a step, saying that, yeah, we know the system's not working, and it's time to reset it in a way that can work for many generations to come. So thanks for your question.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Ola Kukoi, and I just want to continue with the question referring to health for the unheard. And what I'm trying to figure out is your definition of integration, because I work in my work is trying to integrate new Americans into the American society, that's the immigrants and refugees. And I understand integration to be a two-way process in which we come together to try to better ourselves. But you gave a different interpretation. The interpretation you gave is more or less like assimilation from my own perception. And you gave another definition of democratization. So those acronyms or those systems that you are trying to interpret, I really want you to make more clarifications on it because I'm a little bit confused. Thank you.
Can you clarify your question just a little bit? I guess I'm a little confused on that end as well too.
So we have three things you mentioned. You mentioned integration, and you also mentioned democratization. But I see your definition of integration as assimilation. Okay. So I want to know, maybe I'm the one not have a wrong perception of integration, so I want you to explain it more. What makes you think integration is more of a negative thing compared to assimilation?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Honestly, I can't answer that. I really don't have the knowledge into that field to say with our team where we were looking at with integration comparatively to assimilation. And with that, just being aware that in any situation, any community that we are involved in, these type of great questions are going to come up. People are going to perceive things differently, particularly from my perspective as a white privileged male. And we need to do a better job at listening and hearing those conversations when they do get brought up to work towards positive change.
We have a number of questions. There was somebody actually right over here. She had a question first, then we'll come over to you. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Mary Rochelle. I'm with the My Horses food program, and I've worked most of my life in food systems, and seeing these presentations, I'm really excited about the projects that folks have done because it really intersects with the work that I do. So this is kind of a request or question for the CLI program administrators, I guess, of like, how are we gonna be able to access some of the tools that some of these groups have created? Like the mental health resource sheet looks so wonderful, and I can see some like direct ways to use that in the work that I do. So I'm just really excited by the work that's being done and curious about how we can stay connected and use some of the tools that we've created and not be as siloed in the work that we do and work together. So.
Yeah, that's a wonderful point, and I see Jessica nodding. We'll have all of those available for you, and I know that part of our conversation this afternoon is going to be about how we stay connected as alumni, what you all want to do moving forward as a community of people who have experienced this program. So stay tuned, and we'll continue this discussion this afternoon. Thank you for that. All right.
Good morning. So a lot of the resources that were shared, I know that we've talked about the importance of not siloing our organizations or siloing resources. How do we ensure that we're not recreating the wheel when we're trying to implement this new toolkit or this new tool? What if there's something that already exists? And if it does, how do we incorporate what we've learned with these, phenomenal ALPs with pre-existing resource databases or, wheels that are already created in the system? If you don't mind, I'd like to hear from the other panelists as well.
Absolutely. I was the one who sat with the microphone at my seat, so they gave me the call.
Okay, sure, I can start. Yeah, so I think that is definitely something that we ran into when we started doing this project, as we did do our research and saw there are, definitely a lot of mental health resource guides out there, but they are definitely focus on specific areas, or they're just not all inclusive, or they don't address the question of whether you need insurance or you don't need insurance to be able to access them. And so my organization, for example, we work with immigrant and refugee communities. I work with students. And so we have a plethora of resources that we use, but I think part of the work that we've struggled with is finding one place where we can really get everything together. So I think part of it is definitely, from our own lived experiences as an organization, knowing like this doesn't exist, or it's not accessible, or it's in a format that really doesn't work with how we need to help our communities. I also think collaboration is definitely a big part of that, is collaborating with other nonprofits or other organizations who are working, in the mental health space, and seeing, what is working for you. Is there an access that we don't know about, that we maybe need to work on the education for the community and those who are helping the community? So hopefully that answers.
I think for me, I kind of want to hit on the first question about the resetting the table. I think for me, one of the ways that you do it is you just create your own table. And as you invite as many people to that table, you train them and teach them how to then access other tables that we have historically not been invited to, right? And there's strength in numbers, and this kind of goes to that, right? Like one of the things I do with my program that I founded, Inspire, is I always ask our students, one of our principles is social change. I'm like, what's one thing that you want to help solve in your community, right? And oftentimes what they find as we start sharing out in spaces is that they're not alone in wanting to solve similar issues, right? I think we kind of saw that through this program, right? Like there's many issues that we all are passionate about, but sometimes that feeling of like, how do I solve them, is overwhelming. That also comes in strengths and numbers as well, right? Once you start getting a collection of people who are equally motivated about solving those things in their communities, then now you have a movement, right? And that's how every social movement started with, was a small group of people, right? So I think that's how we do it. And then you just share that information with each other, and each person then becomes another person that goes out and becomes an ambassador or a social change agent for your cause.
Thanks for the question. I'm Daniela Tijerina Benner, and I was in Health for the Unheard. So the question about how do we leverage these resources, right, so that we don't recreate the wheel, I think a lot of it, to echo what Alondra said, was that, there's that collaboration and that ongoing coordination. And the way that it's looked like in my community has been, really codifying, like, what are the resources in a language access plan. This is part of the work that we've started, and just saying, so as it relates to language access, what resources do we have within the organization for providing equitable access and linguistic services, and what resources do we have within the community? How can we activate that community wealth and make sure that we're really making full use of the resources that we have available? And I think that this is kind of getting into what one of the groups talked about, taking that asset-based approach, right? So rather than thinking about what the community is lacking, what does the community have to offer? And really taking a candid approach and looking at that. So yeah, and then moving from that outward, talking into other stakeholders in our community. So like in Fort Collins, I know that we've done a lot of work with the Loveland Latin Community Alliance, and really starting to talk about what kind of supports do providers need in order to provide language access in the community. And that's been a really interesting conversation that I haven't really seen a lot on. What started coming out of those conversations was that employees really don't feel supported. They're not getting the training, they're not getting the assessments, and they don't know how to access this. And just to like borrow some of the terminology from behavioral health, what I started seeing is a little bit of moral injury, where people, were not able to provide the level of care that they wanted to, because they don't have the resources. So the next question is how? How do we do that?
Awesome, thank you. Thanks, group. Right.
Hello, my name's Brooke. I'm from Vivint Health. I'm the housing person. But my question kind of piggybacks off of just what you said, is I think there's this gap between creating the resources, creating the access, but then how do you actually let the communities know that there is more access? So my next question was kind of, once you've done all the work within your organization, said you've done the DEI work, you've created these other forms of being able to break down those language barriers, being able to create more resources for people, then how do you take that next step to get into those communities and let them know and engage with them to get them to come to your programs? As I see that disconnect and that silo happens a lot.
Thank you. Sure, I can start. So I think a big part of, kind of letting the communities know about these resources that exist is there's two things. I think number one is it has to come from a source that they trust. Because if they're just, handed flyers of, with resources they know nothing about, that is not going to be impactful. This needs to come from community leaders, organizations that they work very closely with, that they trust. And, and these organizations themselves will look and see, is this information and these resources, is this meeting the families where they're at? If these resources can only be accessed online or, in forms that families are not able to, then we are not even going to talk to them about it, right? We are going to vet the process and make sure that what we are, giving them is something that they can actually access. So I think that trust and making sure that these resources are meeting the communities exactly where they are and where they need.
I'm just going to piggyback. I'm just going to echo you. Oh, and also I just want to comment, I don't actually speak like a chipmunk. It was really hard to meet that time in the videos. But yeah, I thank you for what, to echo some of what you said. I think, the bigger point is how do you call people in? And something that we've had a lot of discussions in our group is having needs assessments that are based on oral histories. So going out to the community and letting people tell their stories. And again, those can be mediated through an assets-based approach. So I have, in the worksheet that we distributed earlier, we have some studies where, they were going out into Spanish-speaking communities and asking for testimonios. So talk about what you went through. And one of the things that they found was that people didn't have a negative view of their own communities. They had really positive views and were actually able to pinpoint, like, these are the resources that we have right here. So let's get to that.
I'd also say too, as you educate, you also have to empower. And as you empower, then you also put that responsibility on them to go out and educate as well, right? So every person that you meet, that you share information with, it's like, now how do you take that information out to other people in your community? And I kind of learned that from a community-based organization here in Denver, Su Teatro. I remember I'd go to their plays and their executive director, Tony Garcia, would always be like, hey, we need this theater filled, right? And he would say, use the Comadre network, right? And he's like, everyone get on the phone and call your neighbors, your friends, your family members. And I started thinking about, and I apply that now to my work, right? With the students that I train, I'm like, hey, if you keep this information for yourself, then I really didn't inspire and empower you, right? As you go out and share with other people, then that's true empowerment, right? And I think we got to build that into the foundation of our work.
Thank you. All right, I think we have time for one more. Yeah, right up here.
Hi, my name is Foong. I was part of the Make Space cohort. I had a question about the language and interpretation services. As a kid that grew up in an immigrant household, I was expected to do a lot of translation services for loved ones and their friends. I'm wondering though, there is a service out there called Language Line. I personally do not like Language Line because I feel like they don't always do an adequate job of translating. How do you plan on being different from them?
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Foong. Yeah, so I think, again, to talk about the community resources, and part of what we've talked about in our group is really tapping into exactly people who've had experiences like you, and a lot of people have. So in our worksheet, we talk about finding compensation for people who are in dual role interpreters and translators. So these are typically heritage speakers, people who grew up speaking in language. They're not hired as translators or interpreters, but end up getting called in on an ad hoc basis, which happens a lot. And those people are typically not compensated. And if anybody knows of something different, I would love to hear about it. Because what I've seen is that it usually falls under additional tasks as assigned, which is really adding an element of inequity. So just to answer your question, I think it's really tapping into those communities, identifying those heritage speakers who have the linguistic and the cultural competency to provide that, and then exploring compensation structures that it's not going to fall under other duties as assigned, but yes, let's acknowledge and pay people for this wealth that they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, I can speak really quickly as well. Just to your point is, from an organizational perspective, I think one thing that has really helped us build that trust in that community as far as language, right, is that all the staff that we hire to work with each coalition is from the community. So there's staff that either grew up there or grew up in the communities who are bilingual, who speak English and this other language. And so I think that is really important. And they're also compensated well. Like, they're not just treated like everyone else. They're compensated well for those skills. And if there's something above, something that needs further translation that maybe we're not skilled in, it's a scientific or something, we hire, we pay someone to come in and do that and not place all of that burden on the staff. So I think that is a model that is really effective.
All right. So one more round of appreciation for this wonderful group. Thank you all. Appreciate it. We are at the portion of the day where we get to have lunch together. So I just invite you to just get to know each other better over lunch. We're gonna take until 1:15 for lunch. So get outside, maybe get some fresh air over this time as well. Sorry, Bowie, did I do your job? Sorry about that.
So before we start the video, just a moment of gratitude for everyone who spoke this morning already, the videos that they did, the people who are in the room helping make sure that everything is happening as beautifully as it is, yourselves as well as the people in the back of the house and our food and everything else, and of course to CLI, the Colorado Health Foundation, and CCL.
Hola, mi nombre es Irene Avitia y sirvo en mi comunidad abogando por representación diversa en la toma de decisiones.
My name is Foong, and I serve my community by reducing barriers to improve the health outcomes of our most vulnerable populations.
My name is Demetria, and I serve my community by dismantling barriers to both mental health and well-being resources.
My name is Crystal, and I serve my community by increasing access to healthcare and addressing the root causes that impact health. Our Building Healthy Leaders group convened in May based on our shared interest in the topic of housing and health. While our group found it challenging to wrap our arms around the topic of housing as an area where we could make a significant impact in the coming few months, we easily began the work of reviewing the results of the numerous personality and work style assessments provided at the CLI retreat, where we also gained insights into the nature of leadership and a common language for working together. We realized that there could be real value in using our group to explore our development as leaders in our respective spaces through goal setting, support, and accountability. Diverse leadership matters. There hasn't always been a lot of us in leadership roles. We're having a moment, but part of seizing that moment is making sure that diverse individuals are ready to lead.
Nos planteamos las siguientes preguntas. ¿Cómo ser auténticas, audaces y centradas? ¿Cómo superar la evasión de los conflictos y tener poder de permanencia como líderes? Para cuidar de nosotras mismas y lograr la armonía entre el trabajo y la vida personal que nos permita soportar los retos del liderazgo. Hemos decidido que este tipo de desarrollo de habilidades nos daría una gran oportunidad de influir en la salud de nuestras comunidades ahora y en el futuro.
Our ideal state is to see emerging leaders who are compassionate, resilient, and consistent in their work. We have two primary goals. The first is to increase self-awareness through these assessments. The second is to make space for a safe and supportive peer group to hold accountability for growth. Resiliency is extremely important to be an effective leader, but it's not often described in a tangible way. There's a wide variety of resiliency practices, but emerging leaders need more exposure and support to work through this toolbox and discover the unique practices that will restore their energy.
After deciding to work on us as individual leaders, our group began fine-tuning the details of our project. To start off, we developed a set of ground rules for the group centering around trust and respect for one another. Then, each member reviewed her individualized CLI assessment results and created goals for what she'd like to accomplish based on those findings. We also incorporated the new skills learned at the training into our goals. Initially, we started with objectives that were very generalized, and then quickly switched to having SMART goals. SMART goals are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. We found that having SMART goals allowed us to be held accountable by other members of the group, as well as ourselves. We met virtually each week to provide each other support and feedback. At these meetings, we brainstormed ways we could implement the skills we learned from the CLI training, such as using the Center for Creative Leadership's Situation Behavior Impact method to address conflicts in the workplace. If a member reported that she was unable to meet a goal, we discussed barriers that member faced and developed creative solutions to the problem for future reference.
Valentía.
Positivity.
Enlightening.
Empowerment. I've found myself doing more frequent check-ins to see if I'm using any destructive conflict resolution techniques that I've established in the past, and I try to change those to more constructive conflict resolution styles. As a group, I feel that we have grown together. There's more trust in each other than when we first met each other during the training, and in general, we hold each other accountable, and I think some of the feedback that we get from each other we can use to better ourselves, especially when we catch ourselves using those destructive techniques.
Este proceso me influyó a ser un líder saludable, asegurándome de poner mi salud mental, física y emocional primero. De esta manera poder ayudar mejor a mi comunidad.
I think I'm a healthier leader from this experience in at least 3 ways. One, for having crafted a personalized self-care plan for me during leadership. And 2, for seeing the importance of vulnerability And 3, seeing the importance of accountability.
Please welcome my teammates as we tell you more about our project, what we learned, what went great, and our experience with this cohort with the Collective Leadership Initiative. Thank you for being here. My name is Nancy Vieira. I'm a community cultural navigator with Colorado Access. We're a local nonprofit health plan that serves the Denver metro area. Please welcome my teammate.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tatenda Blessing Mochiriri, and I'm the founder and the chief dreamer of Montessori on Wheels, a nonprofit that seeks to expand more access to mass education around Denver and Aurora.
Hi, my name is Ursula Hayden. I am the financial manager for the Department of Human Services in Hero County, where I have lived for almost 20 years now.
My name is Ruth Horn. I'm the executive director of the San Luis Valley Area Health Education Center. I live in Saguache, Colorado.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ola Kukoi. I work with the City and County of Denver, and I live in Aurora, Colorado.
Hello, my name is John Chavez. I'm an organizational development and DEI specialist. I currently live in Denver, Colorado. I'm one of the 2022 Creative Leadership Initiative mentors.
For this group, in the beginning, we went through a lot of situations, most of them personal, but at the end, we were able to pull things together. We adopted the DAC model for our project. We said we agreed on the direction the project was going to go and the common goal for our project. Our project was titled Restoring Trust in Our Healthcare Providers.
Our group went through difficult situations, and it was through having difficult conversations and sharing those vulnerability.
I sort of had issues getting into the group, but once I was in, the women that I was part of in our group was just so welcoming and exhibited so much leadership in ways in which they embraced me, and I was able to learn and be part of the cohort and the group. So I really appreciated that and totally enjoyed it.
Throughout our research process with our town hall, our surveys, and our discussions, we were able to learn very important information about how people in our various communities are feeling about the topic. This very important topic is something that needs to continue. I feel very honored to have been part of this group of amazing and very strong, genuine individuals.
My experience in this group has helped me to see other perspectives, to become a more inclusive leader.
I so much enjoyed being part of a collective group that really tapped into collective leadership.
I'm very proud of my team. We assigned tasks and aligned our perspectives/ideas to the direction we chose. Then we stayed committed. We made a commitment to do whatever we need to do to achieve a successful outcome. This successful outcome was achieved on September 8th when we had our virtual town hall. We were able to pull people together from the community to talk about why do they not trust their healthcare providers, and of course, how can we restore that trust? And this was a wonderful event that really came out very successful.
And we were able to connect and really come together as a group, have each other's back, and we were able to have the buy-in that it was needed to complete our project. And I think that's what I needed at that point. And we quickly divided our responsibilities, and we were able to complete our project and have each other's back and support to really come together as a group.
I'm proud to note that in my time working with the honey badgers, that they have exceeded expectations and developed a clear path ahead to success. One example of this hard work comes to mind. the town hall they held September the 8th regarding issues of trust among members of the BIPOC community and the healthcare system. Congratulations, Honey Badgers. It's been a pleasure working with you all.
We're the CLI group Birth, Parent, and Baby Health, with a specific focus on lactation and breastfeeding through a racial equity lens. At our initial CLI retreat, the single team began as two distinctly separate teams. Early on in the project, there was alignment around the scope, each addressing systemic solutions and providing solutions for the issue of health equity in Colorado. Realizing the overlap in high-level goals, our two teams merged to create one larger group, hoping to delve deep into more complex solutions and challenges. At our initial retreat, this cohesion brought immediate success, with the first major milestone being hit of developing our group charter and roster. Success came quickly to our group, thanks to our shared enthusiasm for the project and support of one another, which you can see here. Our group charter and roster identified the project as lactation and breastfeeding through a health equity lens, with the mission of ensuring all birth parents, particularly birth parents of color, have access to breastfeeding support and education in order to advance the future of health for the next generation. If we were to be wildly successful, we envisioned that we would build a compelling and factual data set and argument for increasing access to breastfeeding support for people of color to improve outcomes for the next generation. We would gather key legislative stakeholders to the table to gain their verbal commitment to systemic change through policy. Our efforts would mobilize support systems and secure financial support to build a statewide system based upon current best practices and informed by existing expertise. Our group was able to identify this challenge quickly thanks to the skilled expertise of Elise Hardy. You can see here our 6 key goals targeting the aim of breastfeeding equity among all parents, specifically parents of color, focusing around learning, establishing policy for women in prison across Colorado. A big one was raising the flag on the topic many people don't speak about, reimbursing lactation support services, bringing more visibility to programs, enhancing the visibility of breastfeeding access and support, and using breastfeeding as a prevention strategy for substance use. We additionally identified 5 goals for team leadership learning. Those included mobilizing community leaders to bring action, removing barriers to common sense care, learning more about policy and how it all happens and sometimes doesn't, to bring theory into practice and develop an action plan that would live beyond us all. Breaking away from our in-person retreat, our group convened weekly virtually and once in person. Missing that in-person connection and concurrently navigating the busy and professional and personal lives of our working volunteers, it became clear quickly that the project would be more challenging than envisioned. In order to get started, we leveraged the expertise of Elise Hardy, who pointed us in the direction of a recent study that was completed in 2021, Empowering Access, a report on disparities in the state of Black breastfeeding in Colorado that was produced by the Center for African American Health. The study is robust, was community-led and community-informed, provided data on supports that are needed and should become more widely available among communities of color, and gave key recommendations that would help to solve the problem of access. The reason it's so important, you can see here 2 quotes. Breast milk contains powerful nutrients, antibodies, hormones, and enzymes that protect infants against infection and reduce the risk of SIDS. Breastfeeding also reduces the birthing parent's risk of disease, including breast and ovarian cancers, cardiovascular diseases, and type 2 diabetes.
Breastfeeding reminds us of the universal truth of abundance. The more we give out, the more we are filled up, and that divine nourishment, the source from which all draw is like a mother's breast, ever full and ever flowing. Sarah Buckley. As the part of the consolidation of 2 teams, it gave us an opportunity to explore multiple areas of interest from the lens of birthing parents and baby health. One such intersection was looking at birthing parents who are currently incarcerated in the women's facilities at the Department of Corrections, also known as DOC. We were able to secure a meeting with Dean Williams, Executive Director of the DOC, for a tour of their recently launched Mother program. During the tour, we learned the program serves mothers who've given birth 28 days before lockup or gave birth while incarcerated. The visitation rooms were available for mothers, their infants, and care providers. The need that the DOC identified included partnerships with an outside organization to lead staffing efforts and to build a pipeline of birthing education for mothers from jail to prison. This one area of health equity that could use the resources and skills of stakeholders to build a robust program working with marginalized population.
So our ask today is to make a meaningful impact on this equitable breastfeeding access and outcomes. We really need to fund a Colorado-based breastfeeding organization like the Colorado Breastfeeding Coalition, but we need staff that are dedicated to support this capacity for implementing the report's recommendations. So we are very grateful for your time and consideration today on this very important issue.
Hey everybody, I'm Josh Miller, he, him, his pronouns, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ideas X Lab. And along with my collaborator, Sky from One Colorado, I worked on Let's Talk About It MPV. Sky's gonna introduce themselves and then we're gonna dive into our presentation.
Hey y'all, my name is Sky Patron, pronouns are they, them. I'm the Health Equity Coordinator at One Colorado, and I'm also a nurse. The problem that we identified was the way the state and federal public health leaders responded to monkeypox, which we will refer to as MPV. The outbreak that began in May 2022 created stigma around the LGBTQ+ community and specifically men who have sex with men, and it led to confusion, both among our community and in the general public. There is not an accessible space for community members to gather to receive up-to-date information, share concerns with public health leaders, or talk openly about their concerns about MPV and the stigma around it.
Our vision is an inclusive and non-stigmatizing public health response to MPV. The early language used around MPV, including the name of the virus and the description of the risk factors, played into racist and discriminatory stereotypes, including those about Black, African, and LGBTQ+ people. So our goal with Let's Talk About It MPV was to create a safe space for LGBTQ+ community members and allies to come together to share thoughts, concerns, questions, and resources specific to MPV. Additionally, we wanted to use the information and community discussions and feedback from the sessions to inform public health's response to MPV moving forward.
Through my work at One Colorado, the state's leading LGBTQ+ advocacy organization, I heard that there were requests from the community to hold listening sessions around MPV. Josh and I had already been discussing how we could work to decrease the stigma around MPV and thought this was the perfect opportunity to support One Colorado in hosting listening sessions. We plan to host 2 virtual listening sessions in partnership with One Colorado and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, or CDPHE. We gave community members a space to receive the most up-to-date information and to provide feedback directly to state public health leaders. We pitched our idea to One Colorado's leadership and they were excited, so we moved forward with this approach. From there, we did research into how public health departments across the United States were handling MPV. We conducted outreach to stakeholders, including community organizations and leaders, to invite them to participate. We collaborated with One Colorado's team on communications, development, and outreach, including the use of Mobilize for registration links. And we created a facilitation plan for the Let's Talk About It sessions and hosted 2 of them in August 2022. We also conducted polls at the end of each session to determine our impact and created a summary of these learnings to share back with CDPHE.
We were really excited to see the results and the impact of this collaborative effort. Through the 2 Zoom sessions that we hosted, approximately 40 attendees representing various parts of Colorado joined us, from Denver, Broomfield, Colorado Springs, Durango, Pueblo, and more. Our Let's Talk About It MPV sessions inspired interest from other communities outside of Colorado, like Louisville, Kentucky, who are interested in hosting similar sessions to inform their public health response and language as well. Like Sky mentioned, we did a poll at the end of each session, with 83% of attendees feeling more equipped to protect themselves and their community from MPV, 90% of attendees gaining a sense of community in attending, and 91% of attendees feeling a stronger sense of trust in how MPV is being addressed. What the sessions contributed to, along with the tremendous amount of advocacy work from One Colorado, is that CDPHE removed sexual orientation and gender identity completely from the MPV vaccine eligibility criteria and are using inclusive criteria based on behaviors that put someone at risk rather than an identity someone holds. This change was a huge success for destigmatizing MPV for our community, and we were thrilled to see the change that took place with input from community members who are most impacted. So we appreciated having the opportunity to collaborate through this initiative and to see the different groups come together and the community be able to inform the process. Thank you all.
So thank you all, so inspirational. We're going to turn questions to you all in just a moment, but I'd like to start by asking, we heard about challenges and we heard about successes that all of the groups really had. What I'd like to hear from each of you is what are some of the most important learnings you had, either about yourself, about working with others, or about the communities that you were working with?
Okay, hi everyone. Once again, my name is Ola Kokoi, and talking about challenges and successes. So within our own cohort, the challenges we had, at least 3 of us had people that were very close to us pass away. So that we had to, and we didn't have enough time to grieve because we had to finish this project. And also some of us traveled. So in between that, we were able to step in and see how we can work together and to make this work. My own experience is the fact that for those who know me, I'm very direct, I'm an extrovert, and I like to get things done as at yesterday. And I'm now working with people who like to be very detailed and look at the pros and cons and who are very, very careful about moving forward. So at a point, we reached a what you call ground zero, in which people do not want to move forward to say, hey, I don't think I want to go ahead with this. I just don't understand the direction we're going. And I had to step back and say, okay, now, I'm going to slow down and let's talk over it again. And little by little, building those blocks, we were able to come to the same space and have a buy-in. And of course, for the community, that was the same thing we found out when we had our town hall meeting. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Elise Hardy. So I think from this experience overall, a positive or a success is just really the connections and the learning, the bonding that I experienced with my cohort. I did make space in Colorado Springs, so that 5 intense day process of, breaking down like who you are as a person. I learned so much about myself, and I really do believe that it allowed me to not only network with people and meet some amazing humans, but also to build some friendships that I, feel like there will be a connection for a lifetime. And as far as like the difficulties, I think the only issue that my group in particular had is just like she was saying, making sure like we all got together, like our schedules lined up. As you can see, we were missing a couple of group members, including myself on the video, because, life happens. And unfortunately, when life happens, life is still going in other situations. But I think we still managed to make it work. We do wish that we had more connection from our coach, I think. That was probably one of the most complicated parts, and just figuring it out all together on our own, but I do believe that we came together very amazingly. So I appreciate my group so much. Thank you. Love you.
I think an important lesson and challenge throughout this was kind of testing how flexible we can be. And one of our group members dropped out early on, and so Josh and I were left with just 2 of us, which in some ways made it easier to work with our schedules. As you mentioned, it's difficult, and in some ways is more challenging to not have as much support. I think also because Josh and I both had came in with experience in public health and knew that's the direction we wanted to go in, MPV was rapidly evolving. So we made a plan, and then the next week we'd come back and be like, okay, that doesn't work anymore. And we make another plan and be like, oh, someone already did that. And so we really had to be flexible and on top of it. And once we had an idea, we acted really quickly, got it moving within I think a week, held the listening sessions and ended up being successful there. But it definitely, flexibility was something that was really important.
I would say that one of the challenges that we had was the time constraints. We were expected to have an answer to a very large problem, which our group initially started out with housing as our topic, but with 5 months to actually form the project idea and then to implement it, we felt that we gained a bunch of skills from the CLI training that would go amiss if we did not actually use them and hold each other accountable. I would say a success was the relationship that we formed with each other. So my group, we were a group of very strong-willed women, and it could have ended poorly with us all being type A personalities. However, it turned out really well because of the shared language that we ended up having that was taught to us by CLI, and then we were able to use those skills and then just kind of hone in on some of that, and not only use it in our professional life, but also in our personal lives.
Thank you all. So I'll open it up to questions that you may have in response to those videos. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Tate and I'm part of the My Time. My question is with the first group, Building Healthy Leaders, I'm just wondering what resilience look like, especially when you think about BIPOC leaders that are very non-existent. It is about that, right? So when I hear about it being like a practice or like a trait, I wonder like what part of me that doesn't exhibit this every day when I wake up in America.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. For us, resiliency, it was a skill that we had to practice. And I'll be honest, not every single week when we met did we meet our SMART goals. And when a group member, let's say, had a form of self-care embedded into her goals, we would ask them, oh, did you meet that goal? If not, why not? And how can we support you in meeting that goal? And also, what can you do to take steps towards being successful in meeting that goal? And then over time, that really helped us build resiliency in general by taking care of ourselves, because we didn't want to pour from empty pots.
Thank you, Jake. Then we have a question on the other side of the room.
I saw myself on the screen, I got confused. So. Thank you. So my name is Jeslin, Shahreaei, and I'm with the My Time Housing Group. My question is for the MPV discussion that you had, and I just wonder, what was the role of media in all of this? You did a lot of great work to move the needle with CDPHE, but I felt frustrated every time I saw this covered on the news, and I wonder if there's an opportunity there as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And one of our initial approaches was to work through the media to help destigmatize, and then we saw the need for the community's voice to be represented before we could even begin the work. And so within the community listening sessions, there were folks not only from CDPHE, but from the Federal Health and Human Services MPV response team as well. And some of those stories got picked up, and we also worked with our communications director at One Colorado to kind of help shift the narrative on any news-related stories that we were participating in. But that's definitely something that we are very aware of and tried our best to kind of navigate as well.
Hi, I'm Kaisa Simon. I had a question for the Restoring Trust in Healthcare Providers team. What were the common themes that you saw of the trust issues at your town hall?
Thank you for that question. So during our town hall, actually, we also had breakout sessions where we encouraged people to talk about their experiences. And we also were able to bring in healthcare providers themselves to listen and also to give their own perspectives. One of the common things is we found out that healthcare providers tend to assume in terms of diagnosing your whatever is going on with you. So there is this assumption, and there is also not the cultural sensitivity perspective put into place. So there is this just believing that, okay. And another thing that we also found that they're always on the clock. We know that our healthcare providers are busy, but is that when they come to you, it's like boom, 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 they want to check the boxes and prescribe and go away, instead of just listening to you and giving you the opportunity to tell you how you feel. It's me, it's about my body, and I need to tell you how I feel, not that you rush in to prescribe or diagnose what is wrong with me. So all those things, and I, for one, I'll quickly say that I have been let me use the word, victim of being on the negative side of healthcare providers that really gave me a difficulty in restoring my trust. So that is why this really resonates with me, because I have also worn those shoes. But we really got good feedbacks from the community about, and we also addressed how we can restore trust to our healthcare providers, because whether we like it or not, we need them one way or the other. Have I answered your question?
Other questions for this group, or if there's any questions coming in from our Zoom group?
We have a question in on Zoom from our friend John Chavez. What do you see as being the afterlife of your ideas, insofar as potentially being introduced to the residents of Colorado and creating impact? Here I'm thinking about equity as being the focus.
Okay, so what I heard is what would we like the outcome to be? Okay.
The afterlife.
The afterlife. So I think, well, not I think, my group in particular, we discussed when we came up with the ideas, merging the different ideas from our group and trying to find a solid resolution. We currently do not have a solid outcome right now, but we all agree that we don't want it to die here. And so that's why in our presentation, we asked for some support in making sure that there is breastfeeding access and information across the state, and having a place that a person, like it's their sole job to dedicate to it. Like I work for Families Forward Resource Center. I'm a project manager. I wear very many different hats. One of my hats that I wear is a lactation educator and counselor. I also do childbirth education. I also am the manager of the fatherhood program. I work in maternal and infant health disparities for the African American community to decrease our maternal and infant mortality rate, right? All of the things. There's more, but I'll leave it alone. But so because there are so many hats that many of us wear, even, you know, all of us sitting here in this room, we can't just say that we have one hat on today, even though it matches our outfit. We do a lot of things. So in order for the things that we have research on to change and to become better, we need there to be a sole position that people can dedicate to making these changes. If we continue to wear many hats, then they will all, you know, fall under the water and never come to the surface. Hope I answered that question.
And then with our group, I would say we really like the skills that we learned from the CLI training. And we really wanted to enhance those skills and the accessibility to different emerging leaders, particularly folks of the BIPOC community and or those who are in the rural community, especially since a lot of the skills were used in our professional lives as well as our personal lives. We really think that taking those assessments and making it more accessible to people, making it cost-effective for agencies to offer to their emerging leaders, and then possibly giving them trainings on how to use those assessments to their advantage.
Okay, it's me once again. So, talking about the afterlife or what we want to do moving forward, I believe that this restoring trust in healthcare provider is a very unique and also very vital project that we would love it to move an inch forward, in the sense that if you notice what happened in COVID-19, especially in the BIPOC communities, one of the issues with vaccine uptake was trust. And I don't know if you've ever heard of the Tuskegee situation that happened way back. That really came into the forum, and it was difficult to really go through to impact the BIPOC communities in vaccine uptake. So the restoring trust thing is something I think we should retrain our healthcare providers on how they could relate with people of color in terms of providing healthcare. As much as we want to do this service delivery, it's so important that you know the people they are on the receiving end, to know how they can take what you're receiving, because we need all to be healthy. If one person is not healthy, as we noticed with COVID, we are all not healthy. But if one person is healthy, we are all healthy. So that is why I think this project is very serious and that we should move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you all. Anything you'd like to add, Sky? All right. Thank you. Thank you. We have time for a short break before our next group comes up. So stand up, move around, get your body going. We've got a couple more to go. Thank you, everybody.
We'll make it like a 2-minute, really quick kind of return back. Catch a breather, do some jumping jacks. Oh, okay. I'm seeing some movement in the back corner there with some arms swinging. I like that. That's really good. There we go.
Thank you. I'm going to do a name correction.
I think we're good. Yeah, I was with Susan that we could kind of feel the energy dropping a bit, so giving them a couple, and then we'll be able to play that. Yeah, that's right. No, not at all. Yeah, it's gonna feel. Boy, they immediately jumped up and started talking to each other again. That's fantastic. Mental health. Mental health. All right. Everybody get to take a nice deep breath. Following Demetria's breathing breathing that we saw you doing in the video. That was fantastic. All of us can practice that, get some air and blood flowing. All right, everybody, we're going to move on to our next group. It's our mental health group, and would love to invite those individuals up. And then Susan's also facilitating this next session. So let's get comfy, not too comfy. And we got some more videos. We got 2 sessions left. We're rolling with it. There's some exciting stuff to go, and then we'll have some more food and fun afterwards. So do we have our mental health folks? Hey, Jake, where are you? Somebody do that clapping thing. What is that? Like clap once if you hear me kind of thing? See, there we go. Yay, I was channeling my inner Jake. All right, everybody, enjoy the videos.
Hi, everyone. We are part of the Colorado Collective Leadership Initiative, the All Hands Group, and our group worked on increasing mental health care access in Southwest Colorado.
My name is Katie Maloney. I'm a health educator with San Juan Basin Public Health in La Plata County, Colorado.
My name is Tricia Hallenkack, and I am a Forensic Services Director at the Four Corners Child Advocacy Center in Cortez, Colorado, Montezuma County.
And my name is Sammy Stevens, and I am the Regional Epidemiologist at San Juan Basin Public Health, based out of Durango, Colorado, La Plata County.
So for our problem, we chose to focus on community mental health and healthcare gaps. So Montezuma and La Plata counties were 2 of 6 high priority counties identified for suicide prevention in 2018. In 2021, 35% of residents reported declining mental health. Barriers in rural areas to healthcare can include fewer specialists, longer distances, limited transportation, or underutilization of services. In Southwest Colorado, we also have high provider turnover, a mountainous terrain, dispersed population with 60% of residents in Montezuma and La Plata counties living outside of town in rural areas, and long distances to metropolitan areas. So we are over 300 miles away from Denver, the largest center where people may be going for care. There are also barriers to telehealth, which is often presented as a solution to rural healthcare gaps. Barriers include stigma, technology literacy, access to internet or equipment, or costs and coverage. So our vision was to partner with local community locations such as libraries to create a private space that can be accessed by the public for telehealth.
So like Katie shared, we are working on increasing access to telemental health services. This got us thinking about locations that could be utilized for these appointments. To start with, libraries was obvious. They're a free space that offers Wi-Fi and even computers that can be checked out. Many libraries have study rooms built into their space that can be reserved for more private needs like therapy appointments. Librarians are helpful and can assist with technology issues. Once we had the idea for our project, we had to start working on planning. Our group met for the first time in June, where we started sharing ideas for our project. All 3 of us were set on increasing access to mental health care in our rural communities. During our second in-person meeting, we were able to learn about our group dynamics and how to work together. Next, we met virtually with our group mentor, John, who helped us look at different tools that could bring awareness to our project, and then discuss potential issues so we could be prepared. We then conducted research, including several interviews. After that, we utilized a visual work plan that helped us to assign tasks and deadlines to keep us on track. We created surveys and a project proposal that Sammy will talk about in a moment. In September, we went on a site visit to a library where we were able to see the space and get answers to questions that came up from our surveys. In the future, we hope to work on implementing this project and adding more sites going forward.
We had a couple of great outcomes from this project. First, we created a project proposal which includes research on the barriers to accessing care and the need for mental health in rural communities. It also includes the information we collected firsthand through interviews with similar programs nationwide, and the information we collected from surveys that we sent out to our community. The proposal also includes a list of funding opportunities that could be used to implement the program. Lastly, we included a list of mental health resources that could be paired with this project, including a website that will help you find a therapist who provides telehealth. There is also information about programs that can help cover the cost of therapy sessions. Another great success of this project is we talked to several potential locations to gauge interest in implementing this project. Pine River Library, which is located in La Plata County, was very interested in implementing the project, and we are currently in conversations about next steps. Our team worked together to collect information on our community in La Plata and Montezuma counties. Each of us has grown during this project because we have learned about the gaps in access to care in our community. We worked well together because everyone was vested in improving access to mental health. Our ask is for stakeholders to host a room at your facility for telehealth mental health appointments. This includes organizations such as libraries, rec centers, senior centers, firehouses, nonprofits, or churches. We are also looking for funding support. By hosting or supporting a room, you are breaking barriers and improving health equity in your community. Improving mental illness can have positive side effects, such as lowering suicide rates, less substance abuse, lowering reports of anxiety, and several others. Improving the health of individuals will improve the community. Thank you.
Chain breakers, breaking generational chains through storytelling. Hi, my name is Crystal Ray Dominguez, aka Mama Ray. I was born in Alamosa, Colorado. My mom passed away when I was 6 years old. I then went to live with my grandma Tilly. This beautiful woman shaped me into the woman I am today. I learned the importance of God, faith, and helping others in their time of need. She taught me that eating is a time for connecting. I am currently a facilitator for FLTI. I teach a youth cooking class, Cooking Away with Mama Ray. I'm a member of Soul Players of the Valley. We're 4 communities coming together to create 4 community centers. And me and my husband just became a nonprofit, Shooting Stars Cultural and Leadership Center.
Hello, my name is Jolene Leftamble. I was born in Denver, Colorado. I am also Rosewood Lakota Sioux from South Dakota. I've been on my own since I was 13 years old, being a Native American girl. I have been faced with many challenges throughout my life, and because of that, I'm able to adapt to many challenging people and environments. Over time, I had gained a lot of lived experience, so I have learned to move forward and strive to improve in better negative situations throughout my life. Currently, I'm coordinating 6 food pantries in my county. I sit on many different boards with Healthy Archuleta. I also help my people along with my family in South Dakota, and I'm also a mother of 8 children.
Our youth struggle today with depression, anxiety, self-harm, bullying, and being accepted by their peers. Teen suicide in Colorado has increased by 58% in the last 3 years. It's an estimated that 31.9% of adolescents struggle with anxiety, and self-harm claims increased by 99% during the pandemic. 36% of gays say they struggle with bullying, and approximately 1 in 3 teens in the U.S. is a victim of physical, sexual, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner. Every year, nearly 1.5 million high school students are physically abused by their partner.
Our mission is to create a safe place to empower the youth to tell their story with a support system in place to help them gain the knowledge they will need to be breaking generational chains.
Our goal is to create a safe space where youth want to tell their story and a place where they can connect to other peers. Our goal is to meet once a month at our local community center, Shooting Stars Cultural and Leadership Center. Our goal is to have approximately 25 youth aging from 12 to 19 years old.
The topic of our nights would be depression, anxiety, drug and alcohol abuse, bullying, self-harm, healthy relationships, safe sex, and accepting amongst peers.
The power of storytelling. Our guest speaker will have a powerful story to tell about how they have experienced many of the same issues as our youth. How can we empower youth on how to change their story? How can they take your experience and connect it to theirs and learn from it? How can they find the meaning and the lesson behind their struggles?
Our professional guest speakers will provide resources and tools youth can take home with them. Our youth will also make a connection with the professional leaders. Youth can also see that even professionals have lived experience like them.
Here we would provide dinner for our youth and guests. Youth would be broken into small groups where they would eat dinner with some of their peers and one trusted adult. Here's where the beauty begins, connection. This is where youth would be able to share their lived experience with their peers. Our hope is that youth would build a connection with each other so that when they are experiencing these feelings, they know that they have a peer they can reach out to that understands their situation.
We would end the night with a positive, fun activity.
Our challenges we would face would be finding youth that want to participate, finding youth with the same shared experience, finding time that works for everyone participating, finding adults with similar lived experience with a story to tell, ensuring that we have created a safe enough space that they want to fully open up and they want to share without repercussions.
We will know this program is successful if we get youth to attend. The youth returns to another session, results in evaluation, feedbacks from the youth. If we find funds to implement and being able to implement programs in both Alamos and Pagosa Springs.
The end game. If the chain breakers are successful, we have made an impact in several youth's way of thinking and how they handle their depression, anxiety, and their relationships. Most of all, they will have gained skills on how to respond to what life has thrown at them. Our youth are very resilient, but as adults, we need to give them tools and knowledge on how to handle the inequities that exist in our world. When youth have self-confidence, they are more able to focus on their schoolwork. They are more likely to be involved in sports and activities in the community. Overall, they will become young, functional adults.
By investing our youth, we invest in our community.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. This is our wonderful team, Safe Space Colorado. In response to the staggering health disparities seen in the LGBTQIA2S+ community, Safe Space Colorado aims to increase social support by creating more safe and inclusive spaces. It is essential to note the importance of diversity and intersectionality within the LGBTQIA2S+ community. The LGBTQ community sees higher rates of anxiety, depression, and thoughts of suicide than their peers because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized in society. 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered suicide in the past year, including more than half of transgender and non-binary youth. LGBTQ people of color see higher rates as well. Some of the highest rates are seen in Native, Indigenous, and Black youth. Another major issue within the LGBTQ community is safety and violence. LGBTQ people living in rural and socially conservative areas express fear for their safety. Fatal violence disproportionately affects transgender women of color, particularly Black trans women.
Nuestra visión es crear comunidades más afirmativas, incluyentes y seguras en los lugares rurales de Colorado. Los expertos señalan que personas LGBT que viven en comunidades incluyentes viven vidas mucho más saludables. Es por eso que queremos crear un programa estatal para certificar espacios seguros llamado Safe Space Colorado. Por medio de estas certificaciones, cualquier organización estaría creando un ambiente laboral donde todos pueden prosperar y ser ellos mismos. Por medio de las plataformas de comunicación, se puede aprender, acceder y compartir información acerca de los espacios seguros, eventos y recursos para toda la comunidad LGBT. Nuestro propósito es de hacer sentir a todos que pertenecemos a las comunidades donde vivimos. Y a largo plazo, queremos que este proyecto puede convertirse en un programa nacional.
Imagine walking down the street and feeling the affirmation of belonging when seeing our logo beautifying many doors. With this logo, we hope to attract those who need a safe space without outing them. We want to celebrate Colorado for becoming a safer state. We hope to include a QR code and a recertification tag to show the certification is up to date, as well as providing easy access to our website. We strive to create a racially, culturally, and linguistically responsive app and website, including a searchable directory of certified safe spaces throughout the state, as well as an accountability rating system. We plan on a tiered certification system to increase safety, as well as create more affirming employers. For example, at level 1, we'd like to certify small businesses and things like affirming language. At level 4, we'd like to certify places like law firms and health clinics and things like health equity. Certification will become more in-depth as services increase their impact on queer people.
So how will safe spaces benefit all of Colorado? According to the Suicide Prevention Coordinator for Southern Colorado, identifying safe spaces within a community offers us a brief opportunity to be vulnerable and let down our guard without fear of judgment or harm. And they allow us to build resilience so that we can be the strongest, most authentic versions of ourselves. LGBTQIA plus youth who had access to spaces that affirm their sexual orientation and gender identity offered lower rates of attempting suicide. Efforts to create awareness, safe spaces, safe communities, and educate others reduce violence. And safe spaces also allow us to build resilience. It provides a place to decompress, relax, and to be oneself.
Let's fund this. In a survey we conducted in our local communities, the overwhelming response was that this program is a must. We have enthusiastic interest and excitement among the LGBTQ plus community. Local businesses are wanting to participate. Funders are asking how they might back us. We even have media interest. So we envision funding for a full-time dedicated staff and program development aimed at Main Street businesses in year 1, and then growing from there into a strong and well-recognized program over the next 3 to 5 years. Come aboard now and join us in our passion for starting something great in Colorado.
Radical Rest and Restoring Trust. Sarah Hernandez, Omar Reyes, Noreen Singh. We started off thinking about structural and institutionalized racism and how it relates to hypercapitalism and colonialism. Among the problems with these huge systems is that they create generational and ongoing collective trauma, especially for BIPOC communities. They prevent these same communities from getting rest, and rest is required for healing and thriving. This led to our vision, which was to explore what it might look like to attempt to heal generational trauma, to heal collective trauma, to build collective liberation for our communities through rest equity, as Tricia Hersey from the NAT Ministry has pointed out. If you cannot imagine or envision a way for you to rest for 15 to 30 minutes a day, how will you be able to imagine or envision a world without police terror and equality for all? This is about more than naps. We are attempting to disrupt a toxic system that ties our worth to how much we produce. Our bodies do not belong to capitalism.
Our approach was to survey community members across Colorado from a variety of different marginalized communities. In our survey, we asked them to choose solutions to structure inequality based on solutions offered by social scientists on the topic of radical rest and restoration and healing white body supremacy. Solutions like celebrations, movement and or rhythm, time in nature, reparations, as well as added paid time off were things we looked at. The word cloud you are seeing on the right side of the screen shows some of the words that were appeared most in the survey responses. Some of the largest or the most commonly used words were that of community, access, restorative practice, reconciliation, as well as harm. We'll be going to discuss the results in the next few slides. One of the questions that we asked in our survey is, which of the following do you believe would be important for community healing? You could see the top choices on the left side of the screen, as well as some of the major themes our team picked out when looking at the responses. We were surprised that in question number 1, responses went to things like economic empowerment type, such as jobs, as well as pay time off. People really need this in order to have space to even think about rest. However, in the qualitative-based questions, it seemed that people enjoyed thinking about this. There was a lot of potential for building awareness around the concepts of rest, healing, etc. In the next question, we asked, what tools would your community need in order to thrive? As you can see on the screen, the most commonly used responses included words like work, community, culture, affordable, people. Those were things that we picked out as important answers to this question we asked on the survey.
So we also asked, in what ways do you believe rest, reconciliation, or restorative practices would help you or your community to heal or thrive? You can see from the word cloud that the response that showed up the most was the word rest, followed by the word community. And what we have on the left side of the screen is a quote directly from one of the respondents talking about how labor-intensive work has been demanded of BIPOC communities, and that this has created a lack of rest that's had a huge impact on not only our physical but our emotional well-being, and that this lack of access to rest has created a barrier to our community healing and thriving. And in order to thrive, we need to start building in time being in and building community with one another. The next question that we asked was, can you describe the impact that rest, reconciliation, or restorative practices might have on you or your community? And you can see here that the word community was really important, followed by words like healing and impact. Again, on the left, you'll start seeing a quote from one of our respondents talking about how it's important that we heal not only at an individual level, but also at the community and generational level, because generational trauma has been passed down in communities, especially from things like enslavement and migrant worker conditions. And that healing practices can be transformative because they're pushing back against the systems that have been created to keep BIPOC communities marginalized and making it thrive in the first place. Lastly, we asked if there's anything else that our respondents wanted to share related to this concept about healing or our communities need to heal. And we thought it was important to point out that grief was a theme that came out because a lot of us carry grief passed down through generations, and rest is important in healing grief. So having the ability to slow down and take time to process or heal what it means to be part of a marginalized community is a really great way to address the grief and the ability to thrive. So as far as our ask or our recommendations, we would like to propose that work should be funded to deepen the exploration of this concept of radical rest and healing, but in a much deeper way. We suggest that that could be done through live workshops, especially by BIPOC, led by BIPOC, and that there should be community spaces funded to have these conversations to just even raise awareness about this concept. So we'd like to thank you for your time today. Our contact information is on the slide if you have any questions. Thank you.
So thank you, all of you. Thank you. That was amazing, and I know that there are some really heavy statistics that were just shared with us. So before we get to questions, I'd like to just invite everyone just to take a couple deep breaths, because this is real, this is life, everything that you've worked on is. So thank you all for digging into these tough subjects. And with that said, I'd just like to pass it to all of you for whatever questions you may have.
Hey everybody, Stefan here. I was in multiple cohorts, so. My question is regarding youth and mental health.
Hi.
What is the youngest age where it's healthy to talk about mental health and solutions to deal with that?
Thank you. That's a great question. So I work in the nexus of public health, education, and mental health. In my experience and training suggests that, it's always appropriate to talk to kids as long as the language that you're using is age appropriate. So if you're getting into concepts that are require, language that isn't relevant for your 4-year-old, your 2-year-old, your 8-year-old, whatever age they are, then that's an indication that maybe the conversation should be changed in a way that you can use language that speaks to their developmental needs. And then the other thing I would say is any conversation that you would have with youth, you're always going to want to make sure that their emotional safety and sense of stability in the world is maintained through that conversation. So if there's a topic that you want to talk about that is going to undermine their sense of personal safety or family safety or stability, then you might want to hold off on a conversation like that until they're at an age where a conversation like that wouldn't undermine their sense of safety. Thanks.
Thank you, Jake.
Thanks. My name's Midori, still. We had the opportunity to see the Safe Space Colorado presentation when we were doing our dress rehearsals. And so it didn't dawn on me then, but thinking about it now, have you guys thought at all about how you might incorporate something like a contractor into that framework, where I'm a lesbian, I live with my partner, people come into our home to do things, and I don't know how well that's always received. And so I often think about, like, how are folks going to judge me or my partner or our safety if they do come into our home? And so just wondering if that has been a consideration.
Yes. We very briefly showed our levels of certification, and we want to cover as many different types of services as we can, because everybody needs plumbing done on their house. Everybody needs that to-go McDonald's from time to time. And so things like in-home services, we were looking at putting them in like the tier 2 or tier 3 level trading.
Jake, there was a question at the front table.
These legs are short, I'm sorry. Good morning again. I was curious to know, for those of you that lost cohort members and those of you that acquired new cohort members, during this process, what were the challenges like and how did you overcome those challenges?
I can speak for myself and my team. There's 2 of us, start out with 4. More responsibilities between us, and we lived distance, quite a drive. We had to drive to communicate, so it was by phone, by Zoom, and we did our best and everything we tried to apply, and just networking with the people that we know of to make the connection stronger between us and being encouraging. But I think that would be the biggest, having more responsibilities and just trying to go and make sure we're meeting the requirements throughout this program, and just both have a passion for the youth just through our lived experience and growing up, and that kind of made us stronger, which was encouraging too. So, yeah.
We gained a cohort member, and selfishly, I'm very grateful. They're a wonderful person. It's been phenomenal having them on our team. It just felt like the right fit. I can't speak to the losing side of it, but selfishly, I'm very happy to know them and that they're part of our life and our team.
So we haven't heard from some of you yet. So here's my challenge to you. What would you like us to know that you haven't already shared?
My name is Sammy Stevens. I'm part of the Mind Matters group, talking about telehealth in public places. One thing that we got a lot of questions about as we were trying to onboard facilities and partners into taking on this project is a lot of people asked us questions about, well, aren't you concerned about privacy? And one of the things we actually found out through our stakeholder interviews, speaking with therapists who provide telehealth, is privacy is definitely something that providers are often concerned about, but they're also concerned about privacy when people are doing telehealth appointments in their homes, like maybe they have roommates, or maybe they're in a not safe home life, not safe roommates, things like that. So one of the questions being, how do you make this a safe space? But a lot of times, like a library or the rec center, that truly is that person's safe space. So it was something we talked a lot about and something we tried to overcome, but we really think that with funding that could come in and you can soundproof rooms, that in some situations, telehealth in a public location could truly be safer than other locations.
Thank you.
I guess in terms of safe spaces, according to, with our goal, the pledge logo, those do exist in communities already. Maybe it's college campuses in smaller scales. Our goal is to create a universal, uniform, program for Colorado. Not just to make a safer, community for everyone, but we can also go further from there and not only just incorporate gender affirming education, but even cultural humility and stuff like that. So it's just a jumping off point. And so.
I'm Sarah Hernandez with the Radical Rest Project, and I think one thing that's important to mention is that rest equity is a really important social determinant of health, and it's something that we should be giving more attention to, talking more about, because if we can't sustain ourselves in doing this work, if we just burn out or have physical manifestations from not only present day trauma, but generational trauma, that doesn't serve us at all. And really that just serves the oppressor and folks who are trying to undermine these efforts even more. And so it's really important to have these conversations about what does rest mean for us as individuals and as communities, and making sure that that rest makes sense for us, because it's culturally, it can look really different, and making sure that there are spaces that are safe to be able to practice rest is also very important. But of course, as our data showed, if people don't have time off from work and that type of thing, then they're not going to be able to prioritize rest. And so there's a much broader conversation that needs to happen, but I think a good starting place is just acknowledging the importance of rest.
The only thing I would add to that, and by the way, I'm Omar Reyes, and I worked with Sarah and Noreen, and it was made my summer wonderful in light of COVID and some other stuff. At any rate, the one thing that I would add to that is that our data showed that people really couldn't make that leap to thinking about rest in light of their overwhelming amounts of work. So people that responded to our survey really indicated that, like, I work too much, I just need money. If I want to start resting, I need money to be able to take a break off from work. So I think probably the last bullet point I would add to our presentation is, in our ask, is to be thinking about, like, how do we not only make spaces that make rest possible, and not only make conversations that make rest bubble up to the forefront of what people recognize as important for healing and restoration, but also that there needs to be an economic component, whether it's from the county, thank you, or the city, the state, whomever, that allows people who work 2 or 3 jobs, single parent homes and so forth, to be able to even think about like, oh, I have access to this rest in a few weeks or a couple of months, and I want to take that and make it meaningful. But the economic piece is kind of the linchpin.
Any of the rest of you want to also address that question? Anything that you want to share that we haven't heard already?
To his point, if anybody would like to fund our project, we are actively seeking funding. We have business cards. Come visit us. We're right over there.
Beautiful, thank you.
I'll tell you, I was nervous coming up, but actually, I would like to say it's amazing to see everybody in here and working for the same thing, going for the same thing, and just uniting together. So I think this is amazing.
Yeah. Thank you all. Looks like we have another question. Couple, good.
Thank you, David Wright again. One of the things that's coming to mind for me, and we brought this up during the all hands group, is how do you make sure that when you're getting providers for your telehealth or for safe space, that they are culturally competent and that they are also, understanding of the intersectionalities of LGBTQ plus individuals. So I think, that's one of the big things that I'm interested in. And also this idea around safe space, what does that also look like when it comes to American Indian and Alaska Native people in a cultural context?
Yeah, good question. So to answer the first question about telehealth providers, there's several different barriers to mental health, and for one of them being making sure you have a provider who can accurately have an understanding of your culture. The purpose, or I guess one of the main goals of our project was really to break down only one of the barriers, or I guess one or two, which is more of finding that safe space to do telehealth, and then finding more resources, I guess, for our rural communities in La Plata and Montezuma counties. However, we did want to address exactly what you're talking about, because every time we talked about the project, this question came up. So we compiled a list of resources that could be complemented with this project. So if there was such as a library, they could have a printout with several different resources that the patient could look into. One of them being a website called Psychology Today, which is a website where you can go through and filter different providers, different therapists by specialty. So if you would like someone who specializes working with the LGBTQ community, you could select that. Or even a certain trauma, you could select a specialty. And then insurance too, which would then hopefully help find, because through our surveys, we found a lot of people were saying, there's therapists available in my community, but they don't take my insurance. So you could find someone who lives in another part of the state. Not a perfect answer, but I hope that kind of helps. And then the second question about finding a provider who helps with Native care. I don't, since I am not Native, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that question. Is anyone else on the team? No? Okay. I think to answer that question, it would be more of, I think, a personal question, I guess. I think you can, when you're looking for a therapist, you can definitely, try to go with someone. If it's not a good fit, find someone else. Things like that.
For us, our intention was to actually have full-time staff throughout the state that are going out and not only providing the education and the training, but intermingling with these organizations and providers and everything, and making sure that, you know, they are making the connection not only on the website and accessing the resources and the training, but, you know, maintaining that. So that was our ideal goal.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, and then if there's more people, we encourage you to come and ask them.
Hi, once again, my name is Ola Pokoi, and thank you for all your presentations. I'm really concerned about mental health in terms of impacting BIPOC communities and also providing the customized mental health therapy. As much as we know BIPOC communities, there's a lot of stigma attached to mental health. It's even worse that we don't even have the therapists available to provide those customized mental health services. So this question might not only be for you, but for everyone here, to see how can we promote our own people to go into mental health education, so that we can, because if we don't provide customized mental health, we cannot really do much. Because if you don't know me, understand me, you might not be able to provide the services I need. So that is why I want to put it out all there that it is a need, especially with COVID-19 now, it is a dire need for us to have customized mental health therapists. Thank you.
All right, I apologize. We don't have time for these further questions. I see people. Thank you all for your passion and your work. Thank you to all of you for your questions. Again, please come up to any of these lovely people if you have questions that have not been answered. Thank you all. And in the spirit of rest, you have the next 21 minutes until 3:15 to take a break, and then we'll keep going.
All right, one more minute so we can wrap up conversations and bathrooms. We're totally getting into that part of the day where getting a little antsy. It's been a long day in this room. Somebody's kind of needs some sunlight. Getting a little bit of extra conversation going. Oh no, I'm giving everybody like another minute. Yeah. See, oh, I gave them another minute. My bad, y'all. But I love this energy. The fact that the moment we break, it's not like all awkward where just everybody's quiet with their cell phones out and everything. The folks online, you're missing the energy. It's a really good energy in the room right now. And so, all right, so we've made it through most of our videos. We got one left, y'all. This is great, because then we're about to, then after that, we'll do a little bit of a quick debrief, celebration, and also I know some of y'all are talking about, like, what do we do next? What's going on? Like, what? And so we'll be able to dig into some of this conversation of, as alumni, what are you looking for? So I'm going to prime y'all right now, because that's what we're going to do, and you're going to break up into your groups, into your cohorts, the one that was like your make space, your spotlight, your my time. And so with our last group, it's our community healing. I would like to invite the panelists up, as well as where I think Andy, Andy Williams, come on up. So we're on the home stretch, folks.
How are you?
Right, here we are, final group, and this group is so great to be the final group, because we're gonna, I think have to really wrangle our attention to be really focused for these folks. So I'm challenging you all. Let's give them our full attention, just like we did first thing this morning. So thank you all for that. All right, AV team, we are ready when you are.
Hi, we are Todos Somos Uno. We exist to serve as a conduit to build capacity with Leadership La Plata, with the goal of creating a sense of belonging among communities that have typically been marginalized, to build a healthier community.
At our foundation, we believe the sacredness would lead us to safe spaces, strategies, and nonviolent actions to challenge injustice and create policy change.
So what will be different if we are successful? Spaces will become anti-oppressive and diversified. People of color will feel welcome into spaces, and more organizations and spaces will be safe, welcoming, and accessible to all.
So, in addition to the project we will share with you, we each had individual goals that we were working on. For instance, mine were, how can I learn how to make it easy to engage in programs like this for people who do not feel comfortable engaging in programs like this? How can I learn how to create safe spaces where people can feel comfortable in their own identities and feel like they belong in the broader community?
And my goals were to gain experience in a new area and grow my network by developing new relationships. I also wanted to practice reaching out and asking for help more often and sooner, because that's something I struggle with personally.
Similarly, I wanted to practice engaging in constructive and courageous conversations more, and kind of work on my counteracting my appeasement reflex. I also wanted to work through my own internalized oppression and do that in this supportive environment that this team has created. What was our project idea? Our project was to support Leadership La Plata in understanding how they are doing with their diversity and inclusion goals, and then provide recommendations.
We as a group decided that leadership involvement is also a human right. As we know, Leadership La Plata has been successful in integrating community members. However, we identify gaps within the immigrant or Latinx or other marginalized communities. Because of this, we decided that we were going to take this project to point out these gaps to Leadership La Plata to illustrate the need to incorporate meaningful D&I work in our community.
We started by reaching out to community stakeholders that we thought might be interested and support the idea.
and we created a survey to collect community-wide feedback.
And continuing in the spirit of not doing something to somebody, but with them, we checked in with Leadership La Plata all along the way. From the very moment we even thought of the idea to see if they were interested, all throughout till the end.
So for our community survey feedback results, what we found were that 50% of the respondents to our survey felt like Leadership La Plata does not currently provide a safe space for underrepresented or marginalized populations. 57% of the respondents didn't believe Leadership La Plata's current programming to be accessible to underrepresented or marginalized groups. The areas that respondents felt LLP has the most work to do is in their diversifying of membership, followed closely by the inclusive programming and training that's provided to participants. And then the area that respondents thought Leadership La Plata was performing the best currently is in their inclusive recruiting practices. We also found that respondents who do not identify as people from underrepresented or marginalized communities tended to rate the Leadership La Plata program higher overall in performance than those that do. So based on those results, we ended up coming up with our recommendations, the first of which was to reflect on the cultural framework that they're basing their idea of leadership on, and the idea of the expectations that they have of participants.
The second one was to hire consultants who do anti-racist and anti-oppressive work to help restructure and reframe the program to be more inclusive and accessible to underrepresented and marginalized groups.
We also recommended they host focus groups to solicit input from people with marginalized identities around what accessible and safe programming could look like.
And to clarify what the program's ultimate goal is and provide data on any measurable impacts it's actually having on the community and the participants.
And then finally, to reevaluate and then address barriers to participating in the program, such as cost, language barriers, timeframes, and expectations.
And even though this was a wonderful, wonderful program and project, we also had a lot of challenges, frustration, exciting times. It was a lot. Wasn't that a lot, Katie and Kelsey?
It sure was a lot. Oh my goodness.
Annyeonghaseyo. My name is Nancy Lee, and I'm proud to be a Korean American immigrant. I'm here because I'm a mental health worker in the middle of a national mental health crisis. I'm also here because as a woman of color and as a parent of a neurodivergent youth, I have a hard time trusting systems like education and healthcare.
Magandang araw sa ating lahat. Ako si Ndeye at ikinagagalak kong maging kabahagi ng layuning ito. I am here to learn, understand, and challenge existing systems of oppression and inequality. I am here because I want to be a tool for youth empowerment so they can in turn carry on the torch of our movement.
Hola, mi nombre es Caitlin y soy peruana. I'm here because sometimes in my culture and as an immigrant, we don't know how to ask or access the help that we need. Let's change that.
Hello, my name is Josetta Tinsir Sandoval, and I'm Hanesara of Ndeye heritage. I come from a very complex and diverse community that is experiencing a generational disconnect of their ancestral roots and heritage. I want to encourage youth to be proud of their heritage and not be afraid of their unique selves.
And as a team of women of color, we understand that healing is returning to wholeness, being seen and heard.
Embracing all aspects of our heritage and leading by example.
This time we're healing through art because art is to express our identity.
And our identity is a powerful tool when advocating for equity.
Today was a pretty interesting day. We had a poem that was based on our identity.
I'm from the Buenos Dias and Adios. From Education's Important and Hasta Tener.
I am from Florida, from mangoes. I am from rain, beaches, and cars.
I am from El Salvador, from pupusas and tortillas salvadoreñas.
I am from the sewing machine, from the needle, and from fashion.
I am from Allah and God Himself. I am from Uzbekistan, Osh, and Lamb. From the travel to the US of A and seeing the planes flying in the culture shock.
My grandma wanted me to be born in the US. The only option she gave my mom.
From todo estará bien mientras tengas a tu familia.
Soy de personas que se levantaron desde abajo, Dios que me cuidaron cuando no tuve padres.
I'm from the border crossing of 3 young kids and a mom.
I am from first generation to graduate.
Because then all of us can really understand each other instead of play the guessing game of who we are.
They know who you are and where you come from. You'll probably get a lot more in life than just knowing one thing you come from.
Maybe because it shouldn't always just be about learning. I feel like it's there should be breaks about identity, and there should always be a lesson different subject. One's about culture, the other one's about personality and characteristics and how you grew up and stuff.
Today I finally realized that my identity is very special to me, and I didn't really, understand it well. And it was pretty interesting how I found out from other people's identity, from where they are, from where they're from, and the special and little things they have for themselves.
We know trust has to be built, but we need to trust ourselves first. And for us, trust means
knowing I'm not less because I have an accent and I feel comfortable speaking my own language.
Knowing my physical appearance doesn't define my identity and not being lumped into stereotypes and generalizations.
Feeling seen and knowing that all available resources are also for me.
knowing my voice counts, it has meaning, and it's capable of change.
We want to be able to trust you.
See us.
Hear us.
Join
us.
To reach at-risk youth and juveniles within the justice system through mentor and therapist-led gardening programs that encourage healing through healthy foodways, open communication, story sharing, and learning accountability. Our challenge is elevating restorative justice for youth and community. I'm Bridget Hunt, and I'm based in Durango, Colorado. In the past, I've worked as a social worker for at-risk youth and now work to bring food skills and nutrition education to families of small children that are living at low income to ensure that all kids have access to healthy food.
My name is Gabe Cohen. I run the Discovery Cafe project, which is a non-clinical peer-to-peer support model. I also work in the Rifle Correctional Center as a volunteer doing the Discovery Cafe Recovery Circle meetings. Our hope is to help anyone who has experienced trauma, addiction, homelessness, or incarceration in our community.
I am Angela Richardson, co-founder and executive director of Zaya Community Enrichment. By trade, I am a primary school teacher and biodynamic craniosacral therapist. I currently host youth enrichment programs on a local farm located in Boulder County.
Getting arrested for a shooting at the age of 15 changed the direction of my life. I wish there would have been a restorative justice program in my community at that time. Being ostracized from my family for the shame I had brought them and being shunned by my community led me to turn to drugs to self-medicate. I fell into a deep depression. The stigma of being arrested and being on probation until I turned 18 with no support was painful. That pain turned to anger and spiraled into a full-blown addiction, homelessness, and being in prison several times. It is my hope then I could be of service today in my community, addressing restorative justice to bring healing to the justice-involved youth and the victims, to be a mentor and to share my lived experience, to teach our youth about making healthy choices, how to deal with shame, peer pressure, and taking responsibility for our actions, to bring reconciliation and address the needs of those harmed and those who have caused the harm with respect and compassion. I'm so excited to be part of our amazing project focusing on restorative justice, and I know it will be very therapeutic for me as well.
My team member's story is a profound lesson, and with restorative justice, preventable. Our youth health crisis requires community care and restorative practices. When we anchor these practices to one's region and community, we create pathways for our youth to access nature immersion, food security, sustainability, somatic awareness, mentorship, connection, and as a result, community restoration. Our vision is to pilot a partnership program and associate with restorative justice, community gardens, nature-based youth mentorship programs, and safe spaces for youth recovery. Together, our vision will help us grow in partnership and expand our network in youth and community services, both regionally and in time, hopefully globally. With a shared investment and a foundation in equity, we will secure our youth's health and future as global citizens, one relationship at a time. In service of health and that of our youth, we have one specific goal we established for this project, and that is to connect with our unique counties and see how we can partner with our existing restorative justice programs in service of our intersectional youth.
As a group, we all individually bring different points of view and strengths to this challenge through both lived and work experience that feels very valuable to utilize and has helped us in our approach to this challenge. We want to contribute to systems of support so that youth are not placed at greater risk of experiencing health disparities through the use of traditional discipline practices that are exercised throughout our existing justice system. Many current disciplinary practices deny students important educational opportunities and can also compound existing social, economic, and health inequities. Our approach is one of user-centered design focus to ensure an explicit understanding of those youth that would be placed in a restorative justice program, each county's specific needs, influencing environments and policies, through an iterative process that allows programming to continuously improve and adapt as necessary. This approach includes questionnaires and surveys that allow us to survey both adults working within the justice system, but also those youth that are at risk or that are already in the system and in recovery, ensuring that our programming is reflective of the specific needs of all our communities and youth.
Each of us have buy-in from various community partners to explore potential opportunities to fund restorative garden programs. Having received grant awards in the past from Colorado Health Foundation, we are asking CHF to invest in the health of this program and our youth.
My Nune Nia Precious Collins. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a Ute Mountain Tribal member from Southwest Colorado. Let's face it, we haven't been taking care of ourselves in the way that our hearts, our mind, body, and spirit needs us to. A simple walk in the park just ain't doing it no more. Some of us are looking for a deeper meaning, more meaningful and sustainable way of interacting with ourselves and the people around us. Shoot, some of us just feel so disconnected even when we're surrounded by people. And to be honest, sometimes we experiment and venture out of what we were taught, looking for pieces to our puzzle. And in our journey, we're looking for guidance, support, education, clarification, so that we're being respectful and we're not doing further harm to the energy that surrounds us all. So the CLI Team Otters proposes an event where humans from all walks of life can come together and find what speaks to them in their journey of healing and their journey of community connection. We want to emphasize the education and the respect and understand what appropriation is, the proper use and respect of certain healing techniques and practices. I'll let Alicia talk to you about our mission statement.
Hello, Yazzie, Ebene. My name is Alicia Alex. My pronouns are she, her, hers. Our mission statement is to create space and opportunity to access a non-oppressive mental health and culturally based healing practices. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Goodbye. Gone.
Hi, I'm David Wright with the Denver Indian Center. I am part of the CLI leadership group from Durango, Colorado. Hi, today I'm working with a group of fantastic individuals to bring you a new and innovative approach to mental health and as well as the medicine wheel balancing in life. We're proposing a new type of delivery model where we can have almost a one-stop shop where individuals can learn about the various different areas of wellness and also learn more about how to be better connected in their community. I'll let Lucia explain it more.
Hi, my name is Lucia Guillen. I am a Mexican American first generation Latina. I am passionate about social justice. Nuestro enfoque sería crear un espacio de oportunidades para accesar diversas prácticas culturales no opresivas ante una feria de salud comunitaria. Invitaremos a participar practicantes de diferentes modalidades culturales no opresivas, curanderas, medicine people, instructores de yoga, músicos, artistas, cuidadores de la madre tierra, practicantes del palo hablante en círculos de sanación, nuestros abuelos compartiendo prácticas ancestrales, etc. Creando con esto un espacio cultural y de conciencia sobre la diversidad e importancia de las diferentes prácticas culturales no opresivas, así como también para conectar a nuestra comunidad y dar a los participantes un sentido de identidad, pertenencia, comprensión y conexión.
Well, there you have it. This is a concept, but we strongly believe we can create opportunity for non-oppressive and culturally based healing practices by creating space and an event where we can all come together as one, as community, and learn from one another, heal with one another. Then maybe we can heal ourselves and the world one puzzle piece at a time. Will you join us in this healing adventure?
Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Awesome. Thank y'all so much. I know that there must be just so many questions you all have for this group. I have a million, which I'll corner you tonight at the reception about. So let's take care of the ones here. Jake, looking for folks around the room with questions.
My name is Katie, and my question's for the group that did the art with youth. How did you come up with any ideas for engaging the youth and getting them to come? And I'd throw that to the audience too, because while we're all here? Let's share.
So I work for an organization called My Future Pathways. We work with Hispanic youth in Eagle County. So we already have youth centers where we host mentoring sessions every week for both boys, girls, and then everything in between and mixed together sometimes. So we actually use this time frame to create a session based into this. We know we all have very busy lives, and I was part of the My Time cohort, so trying to connect with people you've never met before and figure out a way to do a project together where we're still making space for life to happen. That's kind of how I came up with the idea of like putting this into my work because I already had that connection with the youth. And we decided to start our mentoring season by exploring our identity. We think it's just something that we don't talk about often, and especially we work with first generation kids. They're kind of caught between the culture in their house versus the culture they have at school, and trying to feel comfortable showing up at both places without having to feel like they have to compromise a part of themselves. So it was just kind of like an entry point to get them to start that conversation through the poem. And then anytime there's paint or anything that you can kind of make a little bit of a mess, the kids get super excited. So as long as you make it fun and you provide some food, you can get them to come and participate. Right here.
For Team Otters, I am wondering about how you create this event and if it is only for BIPOC folks in the area that would come, or if it would be available to white folks too, and if it's available to white folks, if it would then be like commodified in a way, and how you might navigate that tension.
So yeah, the overall intention of the program is it would be all inclusive of all populations. One of the issues that we see, or we thought of, was white Eurocentric perspectives being delivered. So we as a group decided to have practitioners of the various modalities and healing practices, but also physical. We talk from a medicine wheel standpoint, so the physical, the emotional, the mental, and the spiritual support. And if there is tension there, I think there's also opportunity for conversation. And why do we have the issues that are happening? But I think when we're talking about DEI work and all of that, is we need allies and accomplices. And I'd rather have an accomplice than an ally. Accomplice is going to be right there with me and asking permission to be there. And if we're looking at it from a standpoint of a white individual, that we have to. I'm not there to help with their fragility. It's their problem, right? So if we're going to be true in our intent. People have to do their own work when they have to come to this. And so when we were discussing this type of idea, is also the appropriation standpoint. When we talked long, even before we got up here, of what does appropriation look like, and you can have sympathy and you can have empathy for a certain group, but if you take a modality and use it for your own without permission, that's appropriation. And so we need to be cognizant of what we're doing within the elements of DEI work, but also I think in the intersectionalities as well.
There's one right up here. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Nancy Viera. I am also a poet, and I would love to have access to the poetry from those kids. I think it's so beautiful. Would you publish it somewhere?
We might. it's just kind of hard with the kids, you know. On one side, they put their whole life online, but on the other side, they can be like, no, that's private. We did have an idea with our group to eventually like create a manual so we can gift this on to schools or any other organization who wants to host like an identity art night. And we did have an idea to kind of make like a photo book of all the masks and all the poems. We just gotta be mindful of the kids' response to it. So if there's interest, if anybody wants to sponsor it, let me know, and then I can reach out to the kids and get their permission, and yeah, we could get it started.
So real quick, there's actually a group out of Fort Lewis College that has done a lot of identity work. They actually have it free in their library, and it's through the Center for Restorative, it's like a restorative justice type of experience, but they actually also work with the Anti-Defamation League in creating this identity development. And we actually do the I'm From poem in that exercise. So yeah, Fort Lewis would be a great one for you to outreach to.
And that website, the I Am From poem, that you can publish them all there. And it's just wonderful to see that everything collected there. I love it.
So this question is for David. So David, how did we come up with the idea and the problem, the justification of having this important event?
Thank you for providing me the opportunity of doing that, since I fumbled my words in the video. One of the reasons why is because we noticed that there was a lack of opportunity for individuals to create connection within their own culture. You know, we saw a coming together during COVID or the pandemic, and then we're seeing a fracturing and a splintering again. It's a difference from a communal. We were moving towards a communal society when we were looking at the pandemic and how we came together. We really did come together as a community and doing those types of doing that work. But we noticed that there's individuals that are seeking understanding. They're seeking a need for deeper connection, not only from a emotional standpoint, but a spiritual standpoint. And if you know anything about, I'll give you my identities. I'm white and American Indian. If you know anything about American Indian culture, is that we're very spiritual people. And that is a connection that is very, very important to us, because from our ceremonies to our naming to a lot of different other modalities and cultural practices, spirituality is centered to that. And I think a lot of other cultures is the same way. And there's a confusion a lot of the times between religion and spirituality. I'm not talking about religion. That's a far different conversation than being spiritual. So, and a lot of the times the religion is what has created the institutionalized oppressions that we have dealt with within the United States, and also the Canada as well, and the ongoing genocide that we're seeing within the American Indian people and people of color.
And I'm Olivia, and I wanted to pitch in to this conversation, if it's okay, if I may. As far as cultural practices, for instance, in my country, oftentimes, because one of the legacy that we have for our pre-Hispanic culture is precisely that deep connection with traditional herbology and curanderismo, which are healing practices, for instance. In this country, oftentimes when you belong to the marginalized community groups, we don't have access to that. And oftentimes there's a lot of stigma and no opportunities to recreate, to reclaim, or to practice that. It is with great joy now that I can announce that through this group, I was sponsored to take a curanderismo class to the University of New Mexico, and we were also able to sponsor other people from Durango, Colorado. Thank you, thank you. One of the biggest things for me is to be able to have access to that spirituality that we were talking about, and being able to reclaim part of our cultural practices before the conquest even. So today, I really celebrate the fact that this group is doing this. We do need to feel we're here to stay. I've been in Colorado for 30 years. I'm planning to stay here, but I want to be able to be me. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Al Melton. I kind of have a two-parter. First, with our youth art group, I don't know if Josette has ever mentioned this, but what y'all did really reminded me of a program that we have at History Colorado that first started in Pueblo called Bridging Borders. And this is particularly targeting teenage girls, particularly from BIPOC backgrounds, using art, literature, the works of Gloria Anzaldúa, Sandra Cisneros, stuff like that. We also adapted it for teenage boys. So I was just wondering if this is something that you want to continue doing, because if so, I would love to connect you with the folks who have been working on that framework and implementing it in both Pueblo and Denver. The other thing I want to say, I love everything that you all are doing across the board. And I do see a need for these programs throughout the state. The restorative justice one comes to mind. I can see that applying throughout the communities. What can we do to help you, and what can we do to bring these sorts of programs throughout the state? Thank you.
Hello, y'all. I'm Angela, and I am a mixed-blooded Mesoamerican woman, born and raised here in Colorado. And my mother was born in a labor camp in Fort Lupton. My father, his career was spent in law enforcement. And from that, I came to meet restorative justice in 2004. I was a high school student, and I was my father's guinea pig. And then in 2008, restorative justice was implemented throughout the state of Colorado. Yet in each county, my team members and I, we come from 3 separate counties, and none of us really have a deep understanding of how restorative justice is used in our community, specifically with our youth. And that is a problem. It's a community-based program, and if we're not aware, how are we actually holding our youth? So the first kind of nudge would be to educate yourself based on your county and what are the practices of that restorative justice. Across the panel, it's really beautiful because having youth-based circles through art healing or talk circles really implement and will supplement, I should say, the restorative justice. And then over here, restorative justice is a Native American practice. It's a council-based practice. So rematriation of these programs that have been colonized, but bringing them back to the communities. So specifically, my lens is to get in touch with our local in Boulder County, our local indigenous communities, and have them come hold these spaces, as well as BIPOC, not just indigenous, but also our BIPOC communities. So education in that realm is kind of what comes to mind right now.
Off the hook. All right, well, please join me in thanking this group one more time. All of you. It's amazing. Bowie's going to come up and tell us what we're doing next.
All right, before we start to break up into our cohort groups, first off, I think it just needs to be said that there needs to be a round of applause for all of you and for yourselves for this hard work, sitting through a lot of the learnings and then applying the learnings. I want to thank you again, our AV team and the hotel staff and crew for helping with everything that was happening back there, juggling it, making it work really smoothly. Folks that are on our webinar digitally, awesome for hanging out. I wish we could see all of you, but really thank you for giving your time for this. And then also want to thank CCL staff. And then my teammates at Health Foundation also, they kind of had some stragglers, and want to call out my teammate Ageno. She's right there. Charles is over there. Yeah, he's trying to sink down and try to not be so visible. And then my teammate Victoria back there, she is over in our learning and evaluation. So if you've got any learning evaluation questions, she's your go-to. And the other thing is, I just want to call out how, as we've gone through these past months, that we had no idea, or maybe we had a little bit of idea, that leadership really meant encountering, learning about, overcoming our trauma, our camaraderie, building friendship, understanding healing. We heard a lot about that, but there's still a lot more to be done. And then really, I think there's this piece about trusting ourselves and each other. And so hopefully, as we take on more work, feel more stressed out, we learn how to take care of ourselves, and ultimately believe in yourselves for the work that you're doing. I'm sitting here just thinking, my work is incredible because all of you are doing incredible work. As a funder, I'm only as effective as what I can do with my own hands, and for all of you to be doing your work, it's amazing. So I want to say thank you for that. And now I want to call Jessica up. We're in the last stretch before we go get some food and some drinks and really let loose. Yeah, sorry webinar people, we can't get drinks to y'all virtually, but we'll have some drinks for you. So thank you everyone. This was awesome.
All right, no more tears, no more tears. It's all about the joy and the laughter. We're about to have some fun. I'm very, very excited. Thank you all for sticking it out all day. You did good, and I'm so impressed and so happy. Okay, a couple of logistics things, but also I just want to thank the team, because oh my gosh, the people who've worked behind the scenes to make all of this happen all year, they've stuck by me, and it's just been really, really, really fantastic. So I just would like for all of you to join me in giving a round of applause for Carmen. And Sarah. It was you and me from the beginning, girl. It was you and me. And Jake. And Susan, who was with me in all hands. My Andy. Y'all, Andy is my calm. You guys all need somebody who is the rock you can crash yourself up against. And that is my Andy. I have one. You can't have her, she's mine. But you all need one, and that's what she is for me. Thank you. Jeff put together that community equity indicator and joined us for every session. Thank you, Jeff. And Kai Simone Williams, who put this delicious event together. Thank you. And who did I forget? Tyrone and Steph. Y'all, I was about to get there. Now, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. That's right. Hand it over. Hand it over. So I'm actually going to toss it over to them in just a little bit. Because, we like to have the fun, and Steph brings the fun. All right, logistics. If y'all did not get a parking voucher, please see Kai before you leave. All right, because the parking is covered. So otherwise, it's a lot of money. So get Kai. She's got the little pink ticket. If you did not get one when you checked in, make sure that you get one so that when you leave the garage, you can put that little machine there. All right, so what we're gonna do now is say thank you to all of our stakeholders. If you are a stakeholder, somebody who was invited to attend the event today, could you stand for us? Could you stand and be recognized? And I just want to say thank you for coming and supporting these incredible people. and you are now excused. You may leave. Because we're about to have some fun and you can't see that part. And so we'll give you all a moment to say goodbye to your people, and we're gonna switch it up just a little bit. You guys have been sitting since, at least the last, I don't know, hour, 90 minutes. So we're gonna move into our graduation ceremony. What? Like, yes, yes. And there's a couple of you that did not make it, just kidding. Just kidding. All right, one more logistics thing. We did take a lot of photos today, and so Sarah's gonna be updating the website and a lot of our social media stuff, so you received another photo release form. And we can't post the pictures that happened today if we don't have all the photo releases. So I need you just to take a minute, por favor, and please just fill that out and leave it on the table. We will come around and collect it, and we'll go from there. When you're done, I'm going to ask you to rise and join me in the back of the room on your feet. Okay? As soon as you're done, just join me in the back of the room.